All right. I think we have more than a quorum now. Thanks everyone for their patience. We are not sure what is happening outside of our chambers, but for those of you all who made it here, we're so glad you're here with us. The time is now 5:36 p.m. on Wednesday, December 13th, 2023, and this public meeting of the DC State Board of Education will come to order. The roll will now be called to determine the presence of a quorum. Director Butler, please call the roll.
Representative Kelly. Representative Villa Florida.
Here.
Representative Washington.
Present.
Representative Yarkin.
Present.
Representative Williams.
Present.
Representative Chang. Representative Goulet. Vice President O'Leary.
Here.
Representative Henderson.
Here.
Representative Best.
Present.
President Thompson.
Present.
Representative Reed.
Present.
Representative Patterson.
Present.
Madam President, you have a quorum.
All right. A quorum has been determined, and the State Board will now proceed with the business portion of the meeting. Members, we have a draft agenda before us. Are there corrections or additions to the agenda? All right. I see no changes. In that case, I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Do one of you want a second? All right. All right. It sounds like it's been moved and seconded, maybe third. The motion has been properly moved and seconded. I will ask for the yeas and the nays. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. Motion is approved. We now have the minutes from our December 6th working session. There's a motion to adopt these minutes.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Thank you again. It has been properly moved and seconded. If there's no discussion, seeing no discussion, the motion is to adopt these minutes. I will ask for the yeas and the nays. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Any opposed? The motion is approved. Good evening. My name is Ebony Rose Thompson. I represent Ward 7 on the State Board of Education. I also serve as the president this year. On behalf of the DC State Board of Education members, I want to welcome our guests and the viewing public to our public meeting. The State Board plans to continue this in-person posture for our public meetings. The State Board holds its regularly scheduled public meetings on the third Wednesday of every month at the Old Council Chambers at 441 4th Street Northwest. This month's meeting, you will notice, is not the third Wednesday, it is the second Wednesday. It is a week earlier due to the holidays. Our meeting is also being broadcast live via the District Knowledge Network. I am pleased to share several updates from the past month. The State Board held a meeting with Deputy Mayor Kine. We also co-hosted our third and final joint engagement session with OSSE on the DC School Report Card. I want to thank OSSE for their partnership, the State Board members who facilitated, and the members of the public who shared their feedback. The State Board members and staff attended both weekends at EdFest and appreciated the opportunity to connect with families and community members. Finally, we had the opportunity to attend and participate in the My Brother's Keeper DC Local Action Summit hosted by Youth Investment Partners. Congratulations to the organizers of both events, and thank you for including the State Board. This evening, the board will hear from 41 public witnesses. We do look forward to hearing from you, and we encourage the public to sign up every month, just like these witnesses did, to share testimony. As a reminder, sign-up closes 48 hours before the public meeting, and the link can be found at www.sboe.dc.gov. The next public meeting of the State Board will be held on January 17th, 2024. At this time, I'm going to turn to our State Superintendent, Dr. Christina Grant, for her remarks.
Thank you, President Thompson. Good evening, again, President Thompson, Vice President O'Leary, and members of the State Board of Education. I'm pleased to be with you once again to have an opportunity to share some updates at our last public meeting of 2023, to reflect on the great work we've done together this year, and to look forward to the work we hope to accomplish in 2024. As I think about the last year, I'm pleased and thankful, truly thankful, for the partnership and the spirit of cooperation that currently exists between the State Board of Education and the Office of the State Superintendent of Education. We've worked extremely well together to accomplish many key priorities, and I look forward to future continuity as we tackle new challenges in the coming years. As a former social studies teacher, it's always top of mind when I list our 2023 accomplishments. It's the adoption of our new social studies standards. We updated the standards for this core academic subject for the first time in 17 years in the district. There's so many people that contributed to our new standards and made them stronger. I appreciate, again, the feedback we received from our reviewers, individual state board members, and from state board staff. And of course, I appreciate the great work my team at OSSE and all of the educators that work together to comprise the Technical Writing Committee. I want to give some special shine to OSSE's social studies content expert, Madison, and her brand new daughter. Madison worked right up to delivery. She played an instrumental role in the development of the standards, and in case you're wondering, both she and her baby are doing well. I'm proud that DC now has the most forward-looking social studies standards in the country. These standards support our students in developing and fully leveraging their civic engagement skills to strengthen our city and our world. I'm eager to see them in action next year. DC already has a wealth of talented, civically engaged students, some of which I'm looking at today. But this was demonstrated today at the MICFA Challenge Soapbox Competition, as well as by the young people from the Sunrise Movement who will be speaking to you this evening. However, instituting our 8th grade action civics, as our new standards do, will take our students' civic engagement to the next level. Additionally, in 2023, OSSE and the State Board broke new ground as the first jurisdiction in the country to adopt menstrual health standards. These standards, which built upon our strong health standards, will ensure that students feel comfortable and confident in responding to changes in their peers' developing bodies. In addition, after months of collaboration by the Early Literacy Education Task Force, OSSE released recommendations for structured literacy instruction in September. Representative Chang was a member of the task force, and we are very appreciative of both his and the board's continued support and guidance as we develop and promote this important work and these recommendations. OSSE is already starting to implement some of the recommendations as they are top of mind as we look forward to further advancing our academic outcomes for students in the district in 2024 and beyond. In addition to the new measures taken in 2023, OSSE has continued to publish annual teacher and principal retention data. We are proud of our faculty and staff data collection, and we appreciate the State Board's vital role in identifying and advocating for this need. Further, on November 30th, we published the 2023 DC School Report Card. This online tool now provides parents and families with important information on schools and LEA's assessment performance, graduation, suspension, attendance rates, teacher qualifications, and more. For the first time, the 2023 report card published school accountability scores under the new accountability framework, which was adopted by the State Board in 2022. I was so excited to see the new accountability calculations, which increase the weights on student growth and economically disadvantaged students, significantly reduce the correlation between students' economic backgrounds and schools' accountability scores, and better rewarded our schools for supporting our students who are furthest away from opportunity. Overall, in 2023, OSSE and the State Board worked together to increase academic rigor and provide greater equity for students in the District of Columbia. If I can say those two things every single year, then I will be happy, because it means we are moving in the right direction in service of the district's almost 100,000 children. Yet, our work is far from finished, and I'm excited to tell you what's ahead and on the horizons for 2024. Over the past few months, OSSE and the State Board have worked closely to develop a public survey and co-host public engagement opportunities to identify how we should update the DC School Report Card. At last week's working session, OSSI recommended formally adding teacher retention data. Yay. Okay, I know there's a huge conversation. To formally add teacher retention data, student to staff data, school climate data, special education performance data, and additional data on school programs and courses to the DC school report card. I was pleased that the state board's initial reaction to our recommendations was positive. This likely stems from the fact that our recommendations are grounded in public feedback, and we have been both hearing the same information from the community. I'm optimistic that the state board will formally approve these recommendations early in the new year. In addition, OSSI is moving forward with financial literacy and social emotional learning standards in 2024. We are releasing SEL standards for public comment this Friday. Happy New Year. And we currently have our financial literacy standards out for public comment. So I urge everyone in attendance today and everyone listening at home to do 3 things, a little holiday homework. 1, do internet research for OSSI financial literacy standards. 2, read the standards. And 3, submit feedback before January 10th when the public comment period closes. While we believe that we have a strong draft, we also know from our experience with social studies that hearing from DC residents will make our standards even better. We also, of course, look forward to hearing from the state board. OSSI is also excited to reimagine our district's high school graduation requirements. While some facets of life remain as true today as 100 years ago, we also know that many other aspects of our lives and our children's education and development are rapidly changing. The State Board's recent committee roundtable on artificial intelligence was demonstrative of this point. We have stabilized through recovery from the pandemic. Now it's time to restore and reimagine education in the district to ensure our learners have access to robust and sustainable pathways to a fulfilling life and career. We are excited to have begun conversations with stakeholders across DC about reimagining our high school graduation requirements to support innovative approaches to preparing young people for life after graduation. I look forward to engaging the State Board in those conversations in 2024 as we build bright futures together for our students for today, tomorrow, and years to come. In closing, I do want to again acknowledge the State Board for the productive feedback and all of the partnership we've engaged in 2023 on a range of subjects. I actually don't know if we've ever achieved this much together. And so it fuels my continued optimism for the work that we have to do in the coming year. Thanks for allowing us to be here. Happy holidays, Happy New Year, all the things.
I want to thank Dr. Grant for joining us tonight. We always appreciate OSSI's continued partnership on so many policy issues, and of course, all the work we've been able to get done of importance to our students in schools. I am going to shift gears to tonight's panel. Tonight's panelists will provide multiple perspectives on the current state of mental health professional development in the district, including accessibility, quality, and implementation of such training in schools and classrooms. We are excited to hear from Chandler Denard, music teacher at Kimball Elementary School, James Hill, high school student, bassist, Washington, D.C., and SAC member, and Portia Richardson, executive director at Tamani, DC. You all can come to the table now. As you all are moving toward the table, I'm just going to note for housekeeping, each of you have up to 5 minutes, and then we will move to one round of questions from the State Board. We will begin with Mr. Denard, who is in the middle. And once everyone is assembled, I ask that you start when you're ready. I will remind folks to speak directly into the mic. Sometimes you can hear yourself, but the people watching who are not in the room can't hear you as well. So, Mr. Denard, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Chandler Denard, and I have been teaching school for the past 23 years, with the last 8 being here in the district. I currently teach music education at Kimball Elementary School in Ward 7. During the past year and a half, I have worked with the WTU and their Teacher Leader Program on research devoted to the health and well-being of educators. I would like to take a few minutes to discuss educator mental health here in the district. As you know, educators' mental health concerns have been reported to be a big factor in the reason why educators are leaving the profession. Teachers experience a much higher rate of stress and anxiety on the job than many other professions. Much has been discussed about our students' mental health coming out of the pandemic, but how do we address the mental health of our educators? While teachers are trained to address the needs of their own students' mental health, how can we start to address the needs of the teachers? After the pandemic, the district devoted a lot of time and money to address the mental health and well-being of our students, along with starting to address the health and well-being of our educators. More money was spent on having social workers in each school, along with psychologists to help our students. The district also seemed to focus more professional development on the needs of educators, taking their own time to address their own mental health needs and supports. Since the pandemic, the district has partnered with the Department of Health to create school partnerships between schools and mental health programs, such as Hillcrest, who is a partner with My School Kimball. Hillcrest provides a school psychologist along with newsletters and developments for our teachers. The district also offers free and confidential counseling through the Employee Assistance Program. And DCPS also revamped their mental health resource guide by including QR codes for fast access to mental health services for both students and teachers. Through my research, I have found that though the district may provide partnerships, many educators are not well informed or well versed on how to use the mental health services that are offered. I surveyed over 60 different participants, and my research found that over 75% of the respondents reported having a mental health issue over the past 3 years. Furthermore, more than 56% of respondents did not know how to use or access the mental health resources that were provided by the district. National research, along with my own research, has found that educator mental health resources are most used when the educators feel that they have a say in what they need. This can change from school to school depending on factors such as neighborhood violence and school climate and culture. I would like to ask the board to commission a study that surveys educators to see what kind of mental health services they would like to see for themselves, and then share the results with DCPS and educators across the district. I feel that by asking the people who it would directly impact the most, that these educators will feel like they are being given a voice in what matters to them. I feel if this issue is not addressed, we will continue to see a higher teacher turnover rate and problems attracting new educators to our fields. We need our educators ready to address the challenges of our students. However, before this can be done, we need to address the challenges that our own educators face.
Hello, everyone. My name is Portia Richardson, and I am honored to present this testimony as the Executive Director of Tumani DC Incorporated, a nonprofit organization dedicated to transforming communities and schools through culturally responsive, trauma-informed, and healing-centered social and emotional learning. We provide SEL programming to students in professional development for educators across the district. My journey in education includes a decade as a special education teacher in DCPS and charter schools before assuming leadership at Tumani full-time 3 years ago. I'm here today to shed light on the ongoing disparities within our schools, which have profound effects on the mental health of both educators and students. The need for holistic programming is evident, requiring a creative integration of mental health and SEL into classrooms, coupled with opportunities for experiential and exploratory learning in real-world settings. The post-COVID era has brought about a crisis in DC due to an alarming uptick in violence. Schools are grappling with grief and loss, making it necessary for intensive grief counseling. In one school year alone as a teacher, we mourned the loss of 7 students due to gun violence, leading to widespread depression and anxiety among students and teachers. Unfortunately, during these moments, teachers and students are often expected to carry on with business as usual without providing essential spaces for collective healing and processing. Disparities in accessibility to quality mental health and SEL training persistent across schools. Many institutions have 2 to 3 mental health clinicians overwhelmed with the task of supporting the entire student body and stretching themselves to try and support teachers. High-performing, academically focused schools often prioritize academics over mental health, contributing to the increased disparities and challenges among students who often do not feel seen, heard, valued, or celebrated. Research consistently supports the benefits of a holistic approach to mental health PD that encompasses not only student wellness, but also extends to educators and school staff. Here are the key findings and advantages. Enhance student outcomes through holistic mental health PD for educators, which positively correlates with improved student outcomes. Reduce burnout and stress. Improve teacher retention, positive school culture, increased emotional intelligence, enhanced classroom management, promotion of lifelong learning, community and parental engagement. Research underscores the interconnectedness of mental health across the entire school community. To address these challenges, I recommend the following: comprehensive training programs that develop and implement that cover mental health awareness, trauma-informed practices, and strategies for creating a positive and supportive learning environment. Embed mental health in the curriculum. Integrate mental health education into the curriculum for both students and educators, which will create age-appropriate content that promotes emotional intelligence, resilience, and well-being. Teacher resilience programs. Establish teacher resilience programs that focus on stress management, coping skills, and work-life balance. Peer support networks. Establish peer support networks within schools where educators and staff can connect, hold space, share experiences, and provide mutual support in the wake of the challenges that we face. Mental health days and counseling services. Implement policies that acknowledge the importance of mental health days for both students and educators. Ensure that counseling services are readily available and destigmatized, encouraging open conversations about mental well-being. Parents and community involvement. Involve parents in the broader community in mental health initiatives. Host workshops, seminars, and events that promote understanding, collaboration, and support for mental health within the school community. Regular PD check-ins. Schedule regular check-ins during professional development sessions to gauge the mental health needs of our educators and staff. Collaboration with mental health professionals, monitoring and evaluation, and incorporating holistic approaches to school policies. At Tumani, we have revamped our model to offer more SEL and mental health training for educators, leaders, and parents. This includes retreats and exploratory learning experiences that extend far beyond the traditional classroom setting. Our initiatives also involve a study abroad program for educators to diversify perspectives and center wellness, SEL retreats for staff, and online courses to increase accessibility to our professional development opportunities. I'm also pleased to share that Tumani is taking our first group of students to Ghana in April 2024 for a service learning, wellness, and cultural immersion retreat. Sometimes we just need to get out of the very environments that traumatize us. This marks a significant step in our commitment to providing transformative experiences that go beyond the traditional education. Thank you for your time, and please do not hesitate to reach out to us with questions or for more resources. We are here to support.
Hello, members of the State Board of Education. My name is James Hill, and I am a senior at Basis DC Public Charter School. I'm here today to speak about my experience with mental health resources as a student within the district. When it comes to different mental health resources accessible to me, there are two main resources provided at my school. The two are the school psychologist, whose name is Ariel Tucker, and the school counselor, whose name is Emma Harger. Starting with the school psychologist, Ms. Tucker provides support to the student body in many ways. The main way she supports students is by providing students in need with individualized educational plans, not programs, IEPs. For context, an IEP is a legal document where students are given a plan different from regular students to better handle the educational side of school, along with scheduled times to speak with the school psychologist. When helping students, she will speak to them about coping strategies, planning, and organization. Additionally, she may provide items like food and water for struggling students. Ms. Tucker also provides tools and resources to help students feel comfortable and protected. This is because many students she encounters have issues with boundaries and may need different forms of support to better accommodate their comfort levels. One example of a tool she uses is a blanket, not only to provide physical comfort, but also emotional comfort for students who may not be comfortable with things like a hug. Although her main focus is with IEP students, she offers her support to everyone and often helps students who are visibly suffering. The school counselor, Ms. Harger, hired in November 2022, is the first full-time school counselor at Basis DC. Trained as a social worker, she mainly works with students with 504 plans, but occasionally works with students with IEPs. A 504 plan is used to help students manage their workload better and maintain consistency in school. Every year at Basis DC, we have to take a school-wide test called FastBridge that asks questions about student mental health. If a student is flagged for needing support, they can be referred to meetings with the school counselor. Students can also be referred to the counselor by teachers if they're noticing changes in the student's attitude, demeanor, or actions. Furthermore, she works on school-wide mental health initiatives like implementing the second step curriculum for 5th to 6th grade. Ms. Harger and Ms. Tucker work together to help identify the best ways to meet the needs of individual students. In the beginning of the year, they worked together to present a workshop to the teachers on trauma-informed instruction, where they spoke to teachers about how to be more cognizant and how they support students. They believe that the existing resources will help teachers become more aware of the things students may be going through and help teachers know what to do to help students in trouble. However, as good as things seem to be, both mental health professionals have some things they believe are beneficial to help them better help the student body. A point of improvement mentioned by Ms. Tucker is that schools should offer hygiene products for struggling students. At our last school, they would bring in laundry supplies and other hygiene products for struggling students to wash their clothes. However, we don't do that at Basis DC, but she is pushing for that happen here. Ms. Harger pointed out a few things she would like to see improved. She works with around 50 to 60 students almost entirely by herself and finds it hard to adequately meet their needs single-handedly. An example of what more support would look like would be to have more of a mental health team. For example, a middle school counselor and a high school counselor rather than one for the entire school. She also believes that the school would benefit from having mental health interns to help with school-wide initiatives. She also believes that it would be helpful to have more streamlined resources for schools, for example, a toolkit to be able to give to students resources they may need when they are outside of school. To end my testimony, I would like to speak on my personal experience with mental health support and how mental health resources affect the student body. My own experience with mental health support is pretty limited. However, I have noticed that whenever I'm struggling with anything, my teachers and staff at Basis DC are very accommodating and understanding of my situation. I often see similar things happen all across the student body at Basis DC. If a student is really struggling mentally, teachers and staff will do whatever they can to best help the student in question. Many students often will speak with the school psychologist or school counselor to help them with whatever issues they are facing, even if they only go once. One point of improvement I may add is that teachers should make it more widely known that students can get accommodations due to their mental health. Often students will wait till their situation drastically worsens and eventually end up skipping classes or not caring about school. However, if teachers made it more known that they themselves, along with the school counselor and school psychologist, will provide accommodation for certain situations, the student body will be better for it. Thank you for your time.
Before I turn to Director Butler to call the roll, Mr. Denard, I think you got 3 minutes instead of 5. Were you able to make it through your whole testimony? You're good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, I'm just want to make sure because we might owe you 2 minutes. Okay, so I'm going to turn to Director Butler to call the roll for member questions.
Thank you. Just a reminder, members will have 3 minutes for their question and to hear response from our panelists. And we will start with Representative Washington.
Thank you all for coming to testify. I had a few questions or comments for each of you. First, with Mr. Denard, I loved your idea about a survey to kind of gauge what mental health resources would be best for teachers to have available to them. But I was wondering, what resources do you feel personally would have been useful to have coming out of COVID?
Resources like peer mentoring, resources that are more school-based instead of district-based, because people a lot of times don't feel comfortable talking to people that they don't know. So people would know people in the building. So more, I would really like to see a wellness person whose job is to work with teachers and know how to give them access to the things that the district has through insurance, instead of having someone who's having a mental health crisis and people just kind of saying, we don't know what to tell you to do. So something really school-based would be really good.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
For Ms. Richardson, I wanted to say I love all the initiatives that you proposed with like mental health days and peer-to-peer support networks, like you were saying. We talk a lot about that in the SAC, and at our SAC meetings, I always hear students asking for mental health days and more mental health, like counseling opportunities, or just knowing that they exist. So thank you for that. And then on the topic of the SAC, James, thank you so much for coming to testify. Super happy that you're here to represent the SAC. But I was also wondering, you mentioned you wanted, like you wished BASIS would kind of advertise more to the students what mental health resources are available to them. So I was wondering, what do you think the best way for them to do that would be?
I believe that the best way to do that would be, well, one, for students and teachers to have a more open relationship with one another, where both sides are honest with one another, where teachers don't, not necessarily antagonize, but don't push students towards academics and take a step back and focus on mental health, and students be accepting to, well, not accepting, willing to speak with teachers, so that they can work together in order to figure out what would be the best step for the students in order to both help them succeed in academics and with their mental health. That way, both teachers and students can come together. They can have a shared understanding, and then from there they can proceed with what they believe to be the best possible solution, which may be, example, recommending them to go see the school counselor.
Thank you, and thank you all again.
Thank you. Representative Kelly.
Okay, so hello. Thank you for sharing. My only question is, what's your SEL programming look like within schools just besides breaks during the school days?
So the Tumani SEL program is it's a twofold SEL model. So we partner with schools in DC where we offer our team of Hope leaders. They are social and emotional learning experts, and they can go into the schools to offer our curriculum. Our curriculum includes mindfulness, so every lesson starts with a mindful moment to ground and center students. It includes journaling called Think and Ink to encourage reflection and introspection. It's very relevant, so we use popular culture like TikTok and create a profile of your future self. What would your goals look like 10 years from now? So activities that get students to think about their future, to think about their emotions, but in a very creative way. There are activities in our curriculum where students get to engage and work with a partner in groups. And we also incorporate a very healing-centered and trauma-informed approach, creating a safe space using restorative practices. And then we have some schools that prefer to implement the program on their own. So we offer professional development where we have a train-the-trainer model, and we teach those and we build those schools' capacity to facilitate our curriculum on their own. So they can opt in to have our staff come in and facilitate if they don't have the capacity, or if they feel like their teachers are just not quite ready to implement the program, or we could come in and train them and do some ongoing coaching and modeling on how to implement trauma-informed care. I think the other pieces that's very unique is that in addition to us having this explicit SEL curriculum, we spend a lot of time with educators thinking about their own trauma, their own bias in our training, and how they bring that subconsciously sometimes into the classroom space and how it impacts how they show up with our students. And then we also spend a lot of time really just helping them think about how to integrate this into your projects, into your lessons, into your rituals and your routines, so that educators no longer see SEL as a separate thing, but as a thing that we do every single day, and it's integrated into all that we do.
Thanks for the response.
Thank you. Representative Villaflor.
Hi. Yeah, thank you for your testimonies. They were really insightful. I have two main questions. My first is like, what do you think are the key distinctions between teacher mental health resources and student mental health resources?
I guess I'll jump in. I don't think there has to be a separation. Like, I think they should be aligned the same resources. Because we're at the same school, we're in the same community, I think the resources don't need to be necessarily different. I think they should be the same and equal.
Thank you. And my second question is that I've heard from a lot of students that a reason they don't seek mental health resources is because there's kind of like a stigma around mental health and like looking for mental health like assistance. So what do you think is like one of the best ways to kind of dismantle that stigma around mental health resources? Yeah.
I believe that the best way to dismantle the stigma is through experience. I think that if you have enough students that are struggling with mental health go and seek out mental health resources, then the stigma will slowly start to be destroyed. Because this is a stigma that's been going on for probably way longer than I've been alive. But so the solution will probably take, once again, like a very long time. But if people who genuinely have issues with mental health seek out mental health resources, then the people that don't struggle with mental health will see how it actually can have a positive impact, and it's not just whatever the stigma would dictate. And so first, before you work on just dismantling the stigma, you have to convince students that it's a worthwhile solution. And from there, the people around the person struggling with mental health will be able to see that it's more than just a stigma and that it actually has positive effects for the world.
Thank you.
Representative Yarkin.
Hi, thank you all for your testimony, of course, like everyone else, and thank you especially Mr. Hill for representing the Student Advisory Committee in the public meetings. This question could probably be best suited for either Mr. Denard or Mr. Hill. I want to know if you think that if a student is going through something, is their first instinct to go to the mental health resources at the school? And if not, what can we do to make that their first instinct?
I believe that if a student, well, I would say from my experience and from what I've heard, that the student's first instinct is to either A, hide it within themselves, or to tell their friends. And while I don't think that going to a school counselor for every issue might be the best, it might just be an issue where you need to speak with your teacher, like take time off of work, be like, I'm going through something, take some time off. But if you're asking if there are ways that we should be able to promote going to the school counselor and how you can get students to get there, then I do believe that it's a school culture type of issue rather than a individual issue, because if students go to a school where they feel like the adults don't care about them, and why would they think that a school counselor who they never met would be any different? And so I think that schools in general should work on the school culture and the type of adults the type of way that the teachers and the staff are treating the children, because if that improves, then the amount of people who will be willing to speak to a school counselor will increase.
I would just like to piggyback off that I totally agree that it is a school climate issue. If the students feel comfortable talking to the adults in the building, they normally will. But that could vary depending on the school climate. If the climate is, the students feel like, at my school, I've been there 8 years, I've seen a lot of the kids since they were 3 years old. So I know the kids, I've known some of them for 6, 7, 8 years. So they feel comfortable coming to me and talking to me about things. With a stranger, it might not be like that. So that goes back to really keeping teachers in schools who have relationships with the kids.
Thank you.
Representative Patterson.
Thank you. I appreciate each one of you for coming here in your respective roles because you guys played a vital role in helping my child, who is a 14-year-old in school. When he had a mental problem, the teachers that were there, the counselors that were there, and a student that recognized he was struggling and told someone so that he could get the help and could get a 504 so he wouldn't fall behind and feel pressured and stressed. So I appreciate each and every one of you guys for what you guys do with mental health because it's so important. I want to stay on school culture and the relationships that you guys just mentioned because at the time that he was struggling, there were a lot of fights in the school. That was the primary thing, is kind of keeping the culture down of fights. So mental health was like secondary. If a kid was having a mental thing, it was secondary to us breaking up fights every day. Can you tell me, what do we need to be doing as we talk about funding for mental health to really help cultures? As you said, if somebody new comes in, they might not feel like they can go to a new person, and we know that there's not enough mental health practitioners out there. How can we make sure that funding is in the right place to temperature the culture in the schools? What would be your suggestion to us? And anyone can answer.
One thing is just that we have to shift from a culture of what's wrong with you to a culture of what happened to you. We are in the business of treating the symptoms and not the problem. And so when students feel like, and even when we see fights, that's a symptom of a problem, a deeper issue. And so when we have these cultures in schools where students are constantly feeling like something is wrong with me. I'm always in the principal's office. I'm always getting in trouble. They're always talking to me. But nobody is really taking the time to truly understand that student's background, their trauma, really looking and diving deep into the ACEs score and looking at the science that shows that the higher the ACEs score, the more the likelihood the student will be involved in gang activity, that they may be involved and have social issues. Most of our students are really just looking for a safe space. And sometimes that safe space does become the neighborhood gang or the neighborhood drug dealer, the person that's going to help me get money, the person in the school that may be steering me down the wrong direction, but at least I feel safe, I feel seen, I feel heard. And so when our students do not feel seen, heard, valued, celebrated, and supported, these are some of the things that we see, that we're seeing right now in the city. So I think that we just need to do better as a community with treating the problem, getting to the root of the problem, instead of focusing so much on just the symptoms.
Thank you so much for that answer. I appreciate it.
Representative Henderson.
Thank you all for being here. I want to lift up some written testimony that was submitted by Dr. Karima Ware, who's the executive director of Georgetown WISE program, which is an organization that brings educator wellness into school communities, but they're only in, I think, 29 schools. I know there are some other organizations that do that. I believe Empower Ed is one of them. I think I know the answer to your question, especially to you, Mr. Denard and Ms. Richardson. Does it make sense for us to have that kind of a partner that's providing wellness to educators, to students in every school?
I would say yes. Short answer, yes. There needs to be partnerships through outside agencies because I think this is a place where DCPS is falling short. So I think we do have to look to these outside partnerships.
Did you want to add anything?
Yeah, I would say in addition to just having organizations partner and come in for one-off, just professional development opportunities, our teachers are really in need of like deep retreat spaces, like a full day or 2 days where they can be off-site, maybe even spending some time in nature doing some therapy around that, some therapeutic support around that, so that we can come outside of the environments that continue to traumatize our teachers and students and allow them a safer space for them to open up, for them to share, for them to not feel like they're being penalized. That's another elephant in the room, is that some of the teachers are afraid to share how they feel because we have this punitive evaluation system that they may feel like they will be retaliated against if they speak up and say how they feel. So we've normalized the culture of shame, blame, and punishment. Instead of the culture of, I see you, I hear you, I feel you, and that it's okay to not be okay. But it's not okay to stay there. And so if our teachers are showing up with a mask every day and they're pretending to be okay and they don't have a safe space to say, I'm not okay, I'm having a moment today, what do we think the students are going to do? They're not going to feel comfortable saying, I'm not okay. They're not going to feel comfortable telling us what happened in the community or at home that maybe have contributed to their ability to not show up in school, right? And so we just also have to think about that too. It's just that it's okay to not be okay, and those partnerships should strategize around that, helping schools to create that type of culture.
Yeah, these are partners who are with the school like for the year, but I appreciate those call outs. Is there time for teachers to engage in these kinds of services?
I'm sorry.
Is there time?
Yeah, I think it should happen throughout the year. All year long. But definitely like high stress times. Beginning of the year, holidays, things like that too.
Yes. Thank you. Representative Best.
You can finish now if you wanted to say more.
No, you're fine.
Okay. So in the past, when I, had thought about mental health in schools, I never really thought about mental health in schools as it related to professional development, mostly because in my 10 years, I never had professional development on mental health services or mental health. So my question is, how often should educators receive mental health professional development, and what exactly should it cover? That's what I'm talking about. Let's do it.
I'll make it quick. Because this is similar to what actually the school counselor and my school psychologist told me, that they think that it should be a consistent thing, at the very least yearly, because if these things aren't emphasized, then they tend to be lost, and if they tend to be lost, then they won't be effective at all.
I think it should be an ongoing process, but it depends on the quality of the PD, and we don't want to watch some video of some random people talking that we've never seen before. So it really depends on the quality of the PD.
I would definitely say that the beginning of the year, mid-year, and end of school year, if we're thinking about like a deep dive into educator mental health and building their capacity, both to support students as well as to hold space for themselves. I also know that in schools there are some very high stress times, like right now during the holidays, as well as during testing time. So those are moments where teachers do need a little bit more support and prioritizing of self-care. But unfortunately, those are the moments that teachers are expected to show up more for students, because the holidays are not so joyful for all of our students, and testing brings a lot of anxiety. So the same resources and the ways in which we're being intentional about what students need during those high stress times, those are moments where we really need to provide more support for teachers.
Thank you.
Representative Reed.
Good evening. Sorry, I was listening, but I wrote my notes down. Mr. Hill, thank you so much for your case study. And it was interesting to hear that those the mental health supports were provided under IEP and 504 plans. And I'm curious about and hearing your mental health provider's caseload or the one that's in your school's caseload, I'm curious to know, like, what happens when those services aren't on a plan or IEP? How do students access that support?
Thank you for asking this question. Because, funny enough, this was in my original draft for my testimony. I guess I should have left it, but what was explained to me was that oftentimes there's a list of things that happen. For example, they'll be in the hallways and they'll see a student that's visibly suffering. Teachers will recommend a student to go to the school counselor, the school psychologist, or a student will be facing issues and they'll go to the school psychologist or school counselor on their own volition. And none of these students are, at the very least, not yet on an IEP or 504 plan. It may eventually get to that point if they continue to struggle and have issues. But for students that aren't already on these programs, then the school counselor and school psychologists are so open to them, whether it be to a recommendation, them going of their own volition, or them or the school counselor, school psychologist happening to encounter the student.
And I'm curious, the panel's thoughts on what if those services were more free-flowing, or what is a format if things are more free-flowing? If I'm a student, I don't have an IEP, I don't have a 504, I know I need to go talk to someone in the building, what could that look like? And that could be anybody.
I'm not sure how it works at every school. So we would start with the teacher, the classroom teacher, a lot of times, and the teacher can put that into process through the school psychologist or the mental health team at the school. So a lot of times it's through the teacher that would happen, the process would happen.
So it sounds like the teachers need to be prepared to identify those symptoms and signs. And I just want to say, Mr. Denard and Ms. Richardson, I remember Mr. Denard talking to you during the Pride Prom. I think I still owe you a conversation. I was having my own mental health, too many balls in the air, but now life has calmed down a little bit. So I owe you a conversation to follow up from our Pride Prom conversation. And Ms. Richardson, I believe we met during the Whitman Walker book giveaway, or maybe it was you or your staff. I can't remember. Hair is a little different, but it was so good to hear you all talk about the cultural relevant practices that you employ. So I'm so glad you all were able to accept the invitation to come and talk to us this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Williams.
Thank you all for your testimony. It was very thoughtful, meaningful, and obviously relevant to the crisis that we're facing in our schools. As a classroom teacher still currently, I see this every day, and I'm kind of at a loss as to how we can build capacity as a city. So I love some of the suggestions, Mr. Hill. You had mentioned just kind of a mental health team and kits of resources. To me, it's still wild that a lot of schools don't have that. As Representative Villaflor said, I think destigmatizing people being able to seek help is critical. A lot of students at my school have experienced loss to gun violence and still do not feel comfortable being able to open up and talk to someone. And, that's a barrier that someone with a relationship has to be able to help them kind of be able to get the help that they need. But then in too many cases, the help isn't there. So I was curious about your thoughts, Mr. Denard, about the pros and cons of the new DCPS mental health resource guide. Kind of if you feel that it's, it exists, so that's positive, but what's the quality of it, if you would comment on that?
So I have just recently looked at it. The quality is better than it has been, which is a good step. The quality is easier to access than it has been. There can always be improvements, but I think it's a step in the right direction because teachers really need something that they can access quickly. If a student's having a mental health crisis, we don't want to have to search the web for something, search through the districts. We need something that we can access super quick in the moment. So I think that's kind of getting towards that.
Got it. And then I appreciate that. Thank you. And then, Ms. Richardson, you had said kind of that we're still in this place, which I agree with, of really treating, the symptoms, right, as opposed to the root causes with so much. And I think so many of the reasons why, like, even an organization like Tamani exists is because the environments that we have and we're experiencing are not healthy and are creating all types of profound traumas. So, what do you think is a reasonable way to expand the work that Tamani does, like with regards to a holistic approach? Because you named so many things, you know, and I want teachers in schools to have access to those things, but I'm also curious how we can really scale it in a practical way.
Definitely it all starts with training, so teaching teachers how to integrate this intentionally into their rituals, their routines, their lesson plans, and projects. But also, another thing that has come up when we facilitate these trainings is teachers are saying that we have to stick to this schedule and we have to stick to this scope and sequence. And if we veer off for mental health or to circle up for 10 minutes to process something that happened, we might get in trouble. And so we just also have to have some conversations about that. Because we've gone into schools and that may want to partner with Tumani, and they'll say, well, we only have 20 minutes a week for SEL. How can we ever get to the root of the problem if we have 20 minutes for SEL? I remember as a classroom teacher getting in trouble for circling up with my students for 7 minutes before we got into academic content. And so we also have to talk about just like how much autonomy do teachers have to be able to create those safe spaces, and restorative practices is a great framework to adopt because it allows space for us to circle up intentionally at the start of class, at the end of class, weekly with staff, and those typically become the safe spaces where students do share what they're grappling through in the community and at home. Teachers feel safe, they start opening up and sharing things that are outside of the scope of their job, and so then that becomes the referral space where you say, oh, so-and-so shared something today in the circle. I think that you should check in with them to the school psychologist.
Yeah,
So
I completely agree with you. We're out of time, so I'm gonna cut you off, unfortunately. And I do want to name Mr. Denard. Like, I love your idea of the survey, and that falls within the state level system policy committee. So hopefully we can work together to push something out in the near future.
Representative Goulet.
Thank you all for your testimony. This is something that really, I think we started out with a group of great advocates with the school-based mental health program. We've expanded it. You know, it's great to hear new ideas on how we can make it even better here today. So I thank you all for coming out. With the DBH program, are many of the clinicians we're seeing through the Department of Behavioral Health, or are they psychologists hired by the schools? Do you know what we have right now or not?
I'm unsure, to be
okay.
honest on that.
And that's, what about with the capacity? Because one thing we were really trying to push for is making sure that the clinicians we had there, whether they were school psychologists or the DBH clinicians, were available to give one-on-one time to the students. Because a lot of it was just kind of group, you know, wellness activities, which is great in its own way, but we wanted to make sure that the students, you know, had that time to actually sit down, you know, with a professional and deal deeply with these issues. So are you seeing at the schools, you know, each of you that you interact with, that there is the capacity for the one-on-one time that it really does make a difference for individual students?
I can speak it for at my school.
Okay.
I do know that she works with students one-on-one all the time.
Okay, great. All right, that's terrific. And James?
I can speak at my school as well. Yes, there is time for one-on-ones, but it's almost like it's like too many in order to give an adequate amount of time to each student. Sometimes they just don't, because there are only so many hours in a day that they have time to speak to students. And when you have 50 to 60 students for one person, that's a lot to give each student all the time that they need.
You know, it may be that we need to keep growing the capacity in that area. So, but have you found the one-on-one time helpful when you've had it?
Say again?
The one-on-one time, was that helpful when you had it, though?
Oh, yes. It
okay,
is.
great.
Yes, it is.
And then just lastly, and I guess this go to all of you, where should we talked about the curriculum, making sure we have a curriculum that encourages, you know, mental well-being. You know, how do you distinguish between what we would teach in a curriculum versus what we would try to learn through the school psychologists or the clinicians? Like how would you differentiate those, if you can at all?
Well, I will say, as it was explained to me, there are different tiers. I'm not aware how many tiers there are, but Tier 1 is like a school-wide program, so that would be something that you would implement in curriculums or stuff, or you would fit into the schedule and have it be like a grade, like for example, my school counselor speaks to 5th and 6th grade and does emotional learning, teaching them about like emotional intelligence and stuff like that. That's like would be put into the curriculum because it's a Tier 1 program. But as you go up the tiers, it becomes more selective and individual, and so that would be more something that would be more specific towards the school counselor or school psychologist.
Well, thank you. That's a really helpful way to think about it. I want to thank you all for your testimony. Really helpful testimony tonight.
Representative Chang.
Good evening, everyone. Nice to see so many students here tonight. I heard loud and clear that we need more resources for this. There's another theme that I want to touch on that Mr. Dennard, you raised about teachers not being aware of the partnerships and resources at the school, like the Hillcrest partnership at Kimball. So my question to you is, how did you learn about the Hillcrest partnership yourself?
So I learned about it because I'm kind of a part of our school wellness team. I mean, I just put myself on it, but I am part of our school wellness team. So through my research, I knew we had a school psychologist, and so I met with her and asked her, could she possibly find time in her schedule to see, was she willing to meet with adults as well? And she said she was. And so that's kind of how we started, and that's how I found out about the program.
Okay, so very proactively, you needed to go look for it.
Yes.
And Mr. Hill, similar question to you. How did you learn about your school having a school psychologist and a school counselor?
Okay, so one of my friends had issues with mental health, and he had spoken about how he has to meet with the school counselor, and I was like, we have a school counselor, and he was like, yeah, her name is Miss Emma.
So also through word of mouth, and
Yeah,
not necessarily through the administration?
Yeah, well, I will say this. I did have the previous school psychologist come and introduce herself to us and speak to us, so I knew that she existed. But the new one, the one that the one that is in my testimony, and the school counselor, those I heard from word of mouth.
Yep. I often find that we have a false assumption that if you build it, they will come, right? And we don't do as much work to make things accessible. So with that context, Ms. Richardson, I'd love to learn more about how you work to make sure that the teachers and educators within a system are able to know how to find you and how to tap into the resources that you're offering.
Yeah, we do a lot of outreach, so we try to be at, someone from our team is try to be at a lot of the events that we have in DC, just to put ourselves out there and make sure that the community know that we exist. We also host like these SEL days in schools, where we come in and we give students and teachers a taste of our program, so they can see what it feels like to be in safe spaces that we create. And oftentimes that's how partnerships are usually built, through those programs. We also encourage just like a system of just discretion as well within schools, where students can go to a counselor. They know they have a QR code that they can scan that will allow them to tap into a counselor's email, and they can share that they need to see them. So schools also can implement, and we've built their capacity around how to implement some discretion, systems of discretion that will allow students to feel safe accessing the supports and services they need.
Yeah, thank you.
Vice President O'Leary.
Thank you all. I have questions. Well, I think they could hear me anyway. We had restorative circles with the restorative justice program when I was at Cardozo, and we met every morning in class. Every class met all the way through the day, and I found that that really helped. I know that restorative justice is supposed to be involved with the schools. Do any of you know, do you all have that in your school? Just
to be honest, I'm not sure. I know we use it, but I don't know that necessarily, like, we have people come in that show us how to do it.
so so you haven't built the program?
No.
Okay, do y'all have it at basis, Mr. Hill?
To my knowledge, no, but
Okay, I've got a bunch of questions, so yeses and nos are fine for right now. Mr. Denard, you were talking about partnering. I mean, you have a great partnership with Hillcrest. Do all the schools have partners?
As far as I know of, yes, through the Department of Health, this year and last year, that was a big push, that all schools have partners.
Okay, Ms. Richardson, do you know about, I know that you said at the bottom of your comments, you're available to support the DC State Board of Education. And we need all the support we can get, I'm sure, but we have nothing to do with the implementation of these kinds of things. Does DCPS partner with you?
Yes, we are a partner of DCPS, and we work really hard to get our programs out to the schools. Sometimes it's a bit challenging because we'll send emails to principals and things like that, and we don't always get a response. But we are on the vendor list, so that's how a lot of schools do find us, through the vendor list. And like I said, we do try to be at the My School DC events and things like that, so that schools can learn more about our program. But we do come in and we teach how to circle up, how to implement restorative practices in schools.
Great. All high schools don't have a psychologist. Mr. Hill, you were talking about your psychologist and counselor, and it sounded to me like the counselor needs another counselor at your school.
correct.
So all of what you're telling me and us, anyone who's listening, is that somebody's got to start getting people in the buildings to talk to people that have problems, because everyone in that building has some kind of a problem.
Yes.
Thank you. President Thompson?
I want to thank the panel for their testimonies and responses this evening. I'll start with Ms. Richardson, because I know you all have had a couple of schools, like Woodson's one of them, where you all have a multi-year relationship. Could you talk a little bit more about what successful partnership has looked like in schools, and if there are certain things that the school communities need to be prepared to do in order to kind of fully realize the vision?
Yeah, we're noticing that our most successful partnerships have been with schools that are ready to make a shift around just moving from traditional schedules, rethinking their schedule, rethinking their model, being more intentional about holding space for restorative practices and social and emotional learning to be integrated into their programs. When you talk about Woodson, I'll give an example. They've just implemented through redesign a program called Passion Fridays. So we're able to creatively bring SEL in through a film production course and a braiding course and a lash artistry course that teaches beauty and wellness, which is what a lot of our students are interested in, and film production and photography, but it also integrates positive self-image and confidence building. And so all of those SEL skills through those creative resources and programs. But of course, schools do have to be they have to be more open-minded to be able to offer the services and the programs that students actually want. So raising and amplifying student voice, but also having a point of contact that manages partnerships strategically is where we've seen a lot of success as well.
Thank you. And Mr. Denard, I see you nodding your head about the consistency. I'm curious, your partnership with Hillcrest, is that, how many years has that been in place? And have you seen any changes in providers during the times you've been at Kimball?
I know it's been in place for at least 2 years, and we've had the same psychiatrist there since the beginning. And she really works well with the staff and the students. Like, it's not a one or the other thing.
Thank you for that. That's actually probably the extent of my questions. I have 35 seconds I'm willing to lend to anyone if there's anything you want to share with us before we close this panel out. All right. Hearing none, I want to thank you all for joining us today. You have already heard that SEL standards will be out, so looking forward to leaning on your expertise for for the things that we should have in place across the district. And so thank you for your time and attention tonight. You are welcome to leave the table.
Thank you.
All right. The board, of course, normally goes to recess about this time because we're going to switch for our public witnesses. People look ready for recess. So we will reconvene. I will say 6:52. We will reconvene. So thank you.
Member, please return to the dais. Our meeting is starting. Thank you.
Okay. We hear testimony from public witnesses at every public meeting, and your comments become part of our official record. If you would like to speak at a future public meeting, please sign up on our website at sboe.dc.gov or contact our staff by email at sboe@dc.gov or by phone at 202-741-0888. Tonight, we have 41 witnesses who submitted public testimony. We will hear from those in attendance in a panel format, and you will be broken up into groups of 5, which means I need 2 more chairs at the table. Jen is on it. Thank you. So you will be broken up into groups of 5. Each witnesses will have up to 3 minutes to provide comments. Please note that you must use the microphone at the table, which is already on. The timer light, the timer light on the table will be green for the first 2.5 minutes, yellow for the last 30 seconds, and red after 3 seconds have lapsed. After our public witnesses speak, we will pause between each panel for questions from board members. Members will have 3 minutes for questions. For public witnesses, and friendly reminder, those 3 minutes do include the question or comment and answer. Director Butler will call the public witnesses and announce the question rounds. She will also assist with timing to ensure our witnesses and board members stay within their allotted time. Director Butler, I'm turning to you to ask our first public witnesses to the table.
Will the following public witnesses please come to the table? Scott Goldstein, Sadie Greenhouse, Gwen Morris, Maya Riggs, Malcolm Lawowski. Sonia Talawani. We'll start with you, Mr. Goldstein.
Good evening, board members. You should have, I believe, submitted testimony. Well, I do not have formal remarks today, slides that I will be going through as I present this evening. So Empower Ed, over the course of the fall, has conducted a major public education community survey. We surveyed over 450 unique DC residents, over 200 students, over 100 educators, 14 school leaders, and 100 parents and families. So I'll be going over the results of those and how it relates to the ongoing work of the board. We asked them, importantly related to the work of the school report card, what do they believe are the most important metrics to measure school quality? Number 1 was feeling safe at school. 2nd, positive school climate, strong programming, academic and co-curricular, equitable resource access, staff and leadership stability, and educator quality, including experience, credentials, retention, and diversity. Now, this stands in contrast in some ways to the OSSE survey that was done more formally along with the State Board, which had a much smaller sample size of only, I think, about 120 as of the last report, total respondents. I want to emphasize that our public survey had very, very strong responses from wards 4, 5, 7, and 8, and a very strong response east of the river, including having a demographic representation that mirrors the city's population of African American and Black respondents, Caucasian, Hispanic, Asian American, Native American, and other. This approach across all groups rated things like educator quality and school programming, school climate significantly higher than other indicators. Out of 11 indicators that people were given a choice of, standardized test scores ranked last on that list across all subgroups. We have testified before about what an alternative approach would look like, but I will go back to that at the end of our survey results. We also asked about public safety and what specific measures would be most likely to improve public safety. Increasing mental health supports, increasing out-of-school time programmings, peer support groups, restorative justice, and having quality schools close to home ranked the highest, with increasing the number of armed police officers assigned to schools ranking last across groups, including the 14 school leaders surveyed. Student perspectives on safety, which was an interesting finding here that we were surprised about. We surveyed over 200 students, and the vast majority of them were in Wards 7 and 8 through teachers conducting these surveys in classes. Over 90% said they felt safe in school and traveling to and from school. And while that was really, when you get into the qualitative response, about students very much feeling safe because of caring adults in the school, they talked about safe passage workers, they talked about their educators, and they talked about security staff as feeling very safe in their school environment, but feeling a general unsafety in the city and specifically on Metro. We had test results about testing, where the majority of respondents felt there was over-testing happening, and what could be done about school improvements. So I won't talk more about those, but you can see them in the full slides. What I do want to emphasize is that for the sake of governance in this city, the State Board has limited authority, but you do have authority over this school report card. If what OSSE proposes next week and in the coming months does not reflect the overwhelming will of people across subgroups that DC residents are saying, you have the right and the responsibility to say no to it and demand something better. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gwen Morris, and I'm a junior in the School Without Walls Sunrise Hub. I'm one of the founding leaders of SWW Sunrise, and we are thrilled to be back here talking to you about the Green New Deal for schools. Our requests are the same as the last time. We ask for you to pledge support for the demands of the Green New Deal for schools and to review our now revised resolution in working session. I'm here to tell you a little more about one of the Green New Deal for schools demands, pathways to green jobs. The 55 million K-12 students in my generation are the future workforce of America. Many of the opportunities for employment that we will have in the future will be in green fields, but the numbers don't match up. We need 900,000 workers in the solar industry by 2035 to meet U.S. goals for clean energy, but we're only projected to have 400,000 by 2030, less than half. Our access to training and opportunities in green jobs is significantly lacking the strength and breadth we need them to have. DCPS already has some pathways to green jobs, but they're not enough. After extensive research, most of the opportunities I found were restricted in small-scale programs through outside organizations like the Anacostia Watershed Society and the Department of Energy and Environment. It can't be that hard to find pathways to green jobs if we want enough students to be trained to have an educated workforce and livable futures. We know that DCPS cares about our future, as evidenced by the extensive college preparation we go through, taking the PSAT, SAT, and AP courses, attending countless college visits, and utilizing platforms such as Naviance to apply to schools. Many DCPS schools also have career and technical education academies that provide training for popular DC careers. We could add an academy focused on green jobs and environmental training. The structure for pathways to green jobs is in place. It just needs to be added to in order to encompass the trends of our economy and climate. There is promising precedent for school district-wide pathway programs. All that is needed are real-world training and relevant education opportunities, as well as outreach to students to inform and encourage them to take advantage of these options. New York City, which has the world's largest school system, partnered with Solar One to run the New York City Solar Schools Education Program, providing training and internships to students while simultaneously furthering green infrastructure advancements by giving schools access to green energy. DC should partner with outside organizations such as Solar One and Climate Corps to bring outside resources into DCPS while incorporating climate training tracks into the structure of our high schools. And as a part of expanding climate curriculum, we also need to bring representatives into our schools to introduce these opportunities to our students. Thank you.
Hello, representatives. My name is Maya Riggs, a student at School Without Walls and a member of the Sunrise Movement. I'm also the leader of the climate curriculum demand in the Green New Deal for schools, and I'm here to talk to you about where we are now and where we need to go. All in all, DC is relatively advanced when it comes to climate curriculum. In 2020, the National Center for Science Education and the Texas Freedom Network Education Fund graded every state's climate education or lack thereof. Though we are not a state, DC scored a B+ overall, a solid score, but room for improvement. For context, only 27 states and the District of Columbia scored at this level or above, leaving 2/5 of our nation with a failing grade. Unlike many states, DC is lucky to have some up-to-date standards for climate curriculum, seen especially in the 2020 Environmental Literacy Plan. The plan has a series of 4 goals, starting with students' participation in climate-focused projects throughout their education, and a science curriculum that allows them to gain a wider understanding of the climate crisis. Teachers should also be able to teach about climate change and be given the resources to do so successfully and rigorously. The final 2 goals relate more to our demands for green infrastructure and pathways to green jobs, namely sustainable education systems, community stakeholder-led initiatives, and environmentally focused opportunities for students and staff. Every one of these 4 goals and the details of the plan are fantastic. The problem is that they are not being successfully integrated into the school system. According to the 2022 Environmental Literacy Update Report, only 57 of the 116 DCPS schools are teaching students about air, water, land, resource conservation, or health in an environmental context. A more recent update that many of you have heard of is this updated social studies standards. As of March 2023, new legislation was passed to increase the quality of our humanities and history curriculum, including 18 curriculum demands related to the climate and environment. These focus on the interaction between humans and their environments, analyzing different climates and the impacts of humans, as well as focusing on multiple perspectives on historical and contemporary environmental issues. All in all, we are at a great starting place, but have a ways to go before the climate curriculum is fully incorporated into our school system. According to the 2022 update report, the school board's goal was to teach 100% of children in the district about environmental and sustainability concepts by 2032. We have a long way to go before we get there, but we support this goal and hope you will join us in making it happen even faster by endorsing the Green New Deal for schools. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, board members. My name is Malcolm Laskowski, and I'm a member of the School Without Walls Sunrise Hub. I'm so glad to have the opportunity to speak to you all tonight about the Green New Deal for Schools' 4th demand, green infrastructure. The majority of people sitting behind me spend more than 7 hours in a school building 5 days a week. Given the amount of time we spend in them, school buildings should be safe spaces that are built to withstand our future. State and local governments invest more money into K-12 public schools than any other infrastructure besides transportation. This money needs to be going towards the modernization of schools and the creation of green infrastructure. Furthermore, our school buildings have a drastic effect on students' health. The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency estimates that more than 46% of U.S. public schools have environmental conditions that contribute to poor indoor environmental quality. Our schools should be safe places, not spaces where students' health is at risk. I would like to acknowledge the commendable efforts undertaken by DC in pursuing green infrastructure for our schools. DC has set off to a great start by carrying out net zero energy projects in schools like Banneker and West Education Campus. These schools can serve as role models for the rest of DCPS. However, there are critical areas where we can push for more impactful change. 2 issues demand immediate attention: renewable energy adoption and responsible energy consumption within schools. Relying on solar, wind, or geothermal energy sources is pivotal in achieving the goal of green infrastructure. Several DCPS schools have taken steps by installing solar panels, like Dunbar High School, which produces 463 kilowatts of energy. All DCPS schools should undergo evaluations for solar panel installations. Even though the initial cost of solar panels may be pricey, the long-term benefits of energy generation will undoubtedly lower DCPS's utility costs, currently around $30 million annually. One example set by another school district is in Batesville, Arkansas, where the installation of 1,500 solar panels slashed utility costs by $300,000 annually. Furthermore, every future school construction or renovation should aim for leadership in energy and environmental design, LEED certification, guaranteeing responsible energy consumption. The city currently has 17 LEED certified schools. We would like to see this number increase, providing green infrastructure to every student. Additionally, buildings should be effectively managing stormwater, which is a significant source of urban water pollution. Stormwater runoff is especially a problem in DC, where up to 3 billion gallons of runoff flow into local watersheds. Green infrastructure not only aligns with DC's environmental goals, but also ensures the safety of students amidst climate change. The timeline for achieving Mayor Bowser's goal of net zero emissions by 2050 necessitates more aggressive and efficient actions, such as those proposed in the Green New Deal for Schools resolution. The future of DC schools and students is in your hands.
Hello, my name is Sonia Talwani, and I'm also a member of the School Without Walls Sunrise Hub.
I'm here today to advocate for the Green New Deal for Schools implementation of climate disaster plans. Simply put, DCPS does not have necessary climate disaster plans in place. The School Emergency Response Plan and Management Guide includes plans for fires and some natural disasters, but I am asking to include plans in the cases of flash floods and poor air quality conditions, as well as ensuring accessible crisis response teams in schools. Climate disasters can be traumatic events for all students, so mental health services must be available regardless of ward or school. Right now, DCPS cannot ensure student safety in the case of a climate disaster. I have never experienced a proper evacuation drill in the case of a flood or air quality disaster. We have absolutely no resources or safety measures that students and teachers know how to enact. Climate disaster plans may not seem necessary right now in DC, but heat and air quality conditions are expected to worsen as intense flash floods become more frequent, damaging infrastructure and endangering students. And I'm more than happy to elaborate on that during questions. Last year in June, we experienced horrible air quality conditions, and the School Without Walls did next to nothing to ensure student safety. An announcement was made over the speakers suggesting that we choose not to eat outdoors, but overall, the situation was treated with such little concern that it became the senior prank to barricade our outdoor space with caution tape. I grew up in Helena, Montana, where unfortunately dangerous wildfire smoke was so common that nearly every year in August or September, students would be kept inside during the school day. I can only imagine experiencing the same thing at the same young age without any safety protocols or explanation about why the sky is red and why we can't go outside. One example of a district that took steps to ensure student and faculty safety is Sequoia Union High School District in the San Francisco Bay Area, which has initiatives including keeping students indoors on days with poor air quality, monitoring students who have asthma or other respiratory issues, sealing doors and vents and shutting down heating, air conditioning, and ventilation that may cause airflow from outside, and excusing absences for students who stay home due to poor air quality conditions. DC is also at an increased risk of flash floods in the future. We usually experience the worst of our floods during the summer, but with expected intense heavy rains at an increased frequency and the DCPS school year usually extending until mid-June, we must have flooding disaster plans in place. A great role model to look for is also in California, Marysville Joint Unified School District. Their necessary precautions include canceling outside events and having evacuation routes prepared to transport students to the nearest and safest highest ground. The current lack of climate disaster protocols in DCPS is already causing problems for students and will continue to do so. Because of this, I am calling for climate disaster plans to be implemented as part of the Green New Deal for schools. Thank you.
Thank you all for your testimony. At this time, we're going to call for our round of questions from State Board members. We will start with Representative Washington.
Hi, thank you all for coming to testify. I had a question, I think I might know the answer to it, but for Mr. Goldstein, in the PowerPoints that you gave us, there's the slide under school improvement, what should be done. You mentioned, like under student voice, it just says let students promote their own school. Is that through the DC report card specifically, or I was just asking for clarification?
So what we did is look through I think there were 600 and something comments on this question on our survey, and just keywords like the things that were said the most.
Okay.
And so this was something that came up multiple times actually in comments, was that if we want neighborhood schools that are under-enrolled or low-performing to be more attractive, we should have students who are at those schools be doing some of the promotion for what's good about their school.
Okay. Thank you. And then I just wanted to thank the students from Walls again for coming to testify and for being so dedicated to your cause and the betterment and preservation of DC's environment. And I especially love the idea of having more disaster plans in place. I think that was great. So thank you all for sharing your perspectives and for coming out tonight.
Thank you. Representative Kelly.
Thank you all for sharing. My only question is, do you have any suggestions of what students can do to get involved with promoting green infrastructure if the teachers or, well, school systems aren't doing their part?
I think the way students and teachers can get involved for promoting green infrastructure is talking to those that will be able to change the infrastructure in like schools that are set to be renovated, asking them to do things like have better energy efficiency, make sure the majority, if not all, the energy being used is renewable and stuff like that.
Thank you.
Representative Villaflora.
Hi. Thank you all for your testimonies. I only have a few questions. So my first is on the green jobs. So how does like a green jobs curriculum differ from like the core curriculum right now?
A green jobs. Okay. A green curriculum would focus more on training for green jobs, which is more like training people to put solar panels together, and also like how the climate affects our daily life and what we can do about it. We don't have much of that right now. We learn about climate disasters probably starting in the mid-1900s, but we rarely learn about present day impacts.
So would these be like elective classes or built into like core classes, or like out of school time programs? Or
I think that the main thing with the Pathways for Green Jobs would be to have, well, in DCPS curriculum already, there are some level of schools that have environmentally focused science curriculum, but I think that having opportunities for students that would take them further in climate justice and climate activism, if they're interested in that sort of jobs, like for example, the academies that Gwen was talking about before, where students could choose to take a path throughout their education focusing on science, specifically on the environment, would be really helpful, so that holistically there would be more opportunities given to students to learn.
Mm-hmm. Cool. And then my last quick question. I really like the idea of like disaster prevention in schools. And I was just wondering, like, do you know if you know the timeline on like natural disasters in DC in the area?
Yeah, according to the mayor's Climate Ready DC initiative, the conditions through the 2080s are expected to be a lot worse. And this includes air quality conditions being worse more often, including high ozone days, increasing by 6 to 9 days annually by 2050, and also just up to 2 to 3 times as many dangerously hot days, and also more frequent and intense heavy rains that can lead to flash flooding. And again, that's through the 2080s, so it's important to be prepared ahead of time for this to happen.
Thank you.
Representative Yarkin.
Hi, it's nice to see you, Wall students, again. I see a lot of familiar faces, maybe too many. But my question is for Mr. Goldstein today. I've been taking the PARC test literally as long as I can remember, and I want to know, I know it's like kind of the default DCPS academic assessment, and I want to know if for a parent who prioritizes the academic portfolio of the school, what should they be looking at, if not a summative score based on test results?
So there are a lot of ways to prioritize. I think everybody prioritizes academics, right? Obviously when they're looking at a school. But I think the thing when we ask and I think one of the criticisms I had of the other survey is it found like 5 ways to say test scores out of the options that it gave, instead of giving a holistic range of things, right? And so what we did is we divided academics into different things. And when you divide it up, what you find is that people rank academic offerings much, much higher than looking at test scores. What people want is a diverse array of enrichment and offerings and academic opportunities for their students. And they believe if they have good teachers and good offerings, they'll have good academics. And those 2 things are consistently rated very high by parents and families. We want educators, quality educators, and we want great academic offerings, more than we want to look at test scores to see what the socioeconomic status is of people who attend the school.
Representative Patterson.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for your testimonies. I want to focus my questions more toward Mr. Goldstein. Mr. Goldstein, when I look at the slides that you gave us, it says you did 14 school leaders. Can you give me a breakdown, a charter versus traditional, of those school leaders to what the ratio was?
I'm going to have to pull that up from the survey results, so it might take a second.
Okay.
Overall, it is about 50-50 in our survey results, but I have to look to see whether the school leaders is also 50-50.
Okay. And as you do that, I also want to know, because I want to make sure that we're equitable in getting information from our school leaders. The other thing is that in your ranking of the question, what qualities make a great school, how should we measure school quality? Feeling safe at school is the number one.
Yeah.
Can you give me some nuances of what that actually means? What does that look like? Are we talking about more violent interrupters? Are we talking about safe passage? Are we talking about SROs? Is there some nuances to how that safety feels and looks like?
Yes.
That you could, some anecdotal kind of information on that?
So first, the school leaders are 50-50 in their responses. And school leaders included, they might be an assistant principal or a principal.
That's fine.
Both the school, but yeah, that was about 50-50 charter public. On the student safety thing, what we asked is in terms of school quality metrics, on that question, we just asked out of the 11 metrics that you think should be most prominent on the school report card, essentially, do students feel safe at school? So that would be a self-reported, essentially, do students feel safe? But when we asked the separate questions about school safety, people were very nuanced about what they felt. And I thought one of the most interesting things is that people specifically highlighted safe passage in qualitative comments very often, and caring adults among educators. But there were a lot of comments among the students that differentiated between police and security. And I thought that was very interesting, meaning that people felt very differently about a security presence, security guards and officers, than they did about police officers, because they felt they had good relationships with security guards and officers, and they were helping keep them safe, but they didn't have the ability to arrest them, which made them feel more comfortable with security officers than they did with police officers who may be armed or have the power to arrest. So that was very clear in the data from students, and it was pretty much across the wards and demographic groups. But safe passage, security.
Okay, and real quick, because one group wasn't mentioned, how do you feel and what do you think people feel about violent interrupters being inside of schools if you're not going to have SROs? Just personal opinion.
My personal opinion on it? Yeah, again, we didn't ask that, so I can't speak for the survey respondents. But I feel like people want the holistic array, right, of services. And I think if you think about people training conflict resolution, restorative justice, violence interrupters, I think those are the kinds of things people want.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Representative Henderson.
Hi, thank you all. Thank you to the students for your continued push on this. And I can see that you heard some of the feedback we gave you last month and are acting on that. I hope to share some more feedback as the other students come through the panels, but I need to take some time with Mr. Goldstein. Mr. Goldstein, I'm looking at the third slide on your presentation, and the indicators of school quality that came out of the survey. How are those reflected in the summative score? To what extent and in what way?
That is a great question. I think the only one that is reflective, because we're talking about things in the summative score, would be graduation rates, academic proficiency, academic growth, attendance, right? I think those are the only measures. So I don't think any of those are reflected in the top 5 or 6 things. Yeah.
So this question really gets at, so like if parents want to see a reflection of school quality in the report card, where would they find that?
Yeah, they would have to find it in these categories. And, I was excited to hear that OSSI does plan on doing school climate, on doing teacher retention, although I think it should be more than teacher retention. I think it should be experience, retention, diversity, not just retention, because people prioritize educator quality certification very highly. So they'd have to go into categories. And so, we really think there's 3 things they could do to get to a place where we would say y'all should vote yes for it, which is they should align with what parents and families have said are their priorities, those 6 things that we prioritize, and those should be the most prominent things. They should de-emphasize the summative score. That's what parents and families have said in a much larger sample. And they should have a clean, simple design that lets them go into categories and dive deeper.
Are you familiar with the teacher retention data that's in the current report card?
Yes.
Is that adequate, or, I mean, I think it does include experience, and like, is there more that you would like to see than what's there now?
I think they have experience, number of teachers by years, and the years are in bands, and then they have retention. So that's good. I think people were interested in certification, and then people are also interested in diversity. And I think diversity would be really interesting to have them display by the gap between student and teacher representation among the school population, the gap in specific demographic groups.
Would you have any concern about charter schools having to show certification numbers?
I'm sure they would have concern about that, but I think it's, you know, a valid thing for parents to and families to want. Actually, many DCPS parents know that we regularly get emails called Right to Know, that if one of our teachers has fallen out of certification, we're required by, I think, federal law to be notified of that. So if that's a federal law and it's not required for half of our teachers, I think that's interesting.
Yeah, thank you.
Representative Best.
Thank you. This is for the students. So we have a few schools that are coming up for modernization. I can think of Brent, for example, in Ward 6. What specific measures or technology would you recommend to improve energy efficiency at Brent under the Green New Deal for schools?
To improve energy efficiency, some like the main things include better insulation, so that like in the winter when it's a lot hotter or colder, they need to put in the heat. They don't have to use quite so much energy since the heat is escaping. And then like other technologies besides energy efficiency might include stuff like geothermal, HVAC, so that some of that energy is also not from fossil fuels, and stuff like bioretention technology and rain gardens will also be able to help.
I think that would be also like a really good opportunity for you all to, you know, for those schools that are being modernized, to write your letter of your recommendations as to what you believe should happen. So thank you. So Scott, for you, so your challenge is more so not the summative score, but the fact that it's on the front page. So you believe that, or the people that you've asked, they believe that the summative score would be okay if it was under a category. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, I think what we've recommended in the design we submitted is in line with what we heard from the survey, which is there should just be a button and people can click through and then get not just the summative score, but the full breakdown of the summative score. They can see this is the graduation rate, this is the proficiency, this is the growth, but that should be on another page that they click through to, rather than by the school's name or prominently on the front page.
Thank you.
Representative Reed.
Good evening. So to the students, I'm listening. I know Representative Chang and Goulet have promised to follow up with you all. I asked a follow-up question about who's connecting with you all to make sure the work keeps going. So they've committed to making sure the work keeps going. So I'll just be listening to your testimonies. Mr. Goldstein, OSSI has proposed for special education to use its new some kind of profile report. Any ideas about the use of that and what other supplemental information should be added for special educators?
Yeah, we actually asked, we did not ask on this one, but the last time we did the survey, we asked both about ELL and SPED as things people wanted to see prominently, and they were pretty high on the list of priorities. I trust that you have a lot more expertise in what the measure of SPED should be. So I don't have the policy expertise to say if this is a good measure or this isn't a good measure. But I do think it's something parents and families clearly care about. And I just want to go back very quickly to the Representative Best asked about the summative score being on another page. And I just want to say, I do think it should be on a separate page. I do think there should be a linked button. But I don't think summative score is actually the best way to describe it, instead of saying like federal data.
Gotcha. And just all call for anyone else in the room. You don't have to answer right now, but I'm probably going to ask the same question. So if you or not ask that question, but if you know anything about recommendations related to special education data, what that should be what that information should be, please share that in your questions or just kind of flag it. So thank you all.
Representative Williams.
Yeah. Excuse me. Thank you all for your testimony. I'm going to start with Mr. Goldstein. Mr. Goldstein, you've kind of commented on this in a lot of specific questions, but I want to zoom out just a little bit given the robust surveys that Empower Ed did. In your view, what are the biggest differences between like what Empower Ed found and what your current understanding of OSSE's report card are?
Yeah, I mean, looking at the working session, what I found was, and then I think, I appreciated the engagement that they did at the Ed Fest, which is similar to engagement we've done over the past 4 or 5 years, where there's an interactive presentation and people get to align it. But again, even on that interactive presentation, there were 10 or 15 things on there, and at least 7 or 8 of them were different ways to say test scores. And so the holistic, they're saying these are things we think we could measure. Which ones of them do you like, instead of which things do you think we should measure, right? And I think that's what happened in the survey, and I think that's what happened there. The list, they're not giving people the full list of things that parents and families care about. They're giving them a limited set of things that they are okay with measuring, and then saying which of them do you think we should measure. When you give people a more holistic list, you're getting different things, and I think that's a big difference in our data, is we gave them other things, like measuring well-rounded curriculum, for example, as an index. And measures of school safety that are not just discipline data, but for example, how is discipline dealt with? What % is restorative justice? What % is punitive? Those are very different kinds of options we presented to people in our survey. And so I think that's one of the difference in the option is the more holistic options you give people, they go for more holistic.
Right. That's clear to me, and I think that kind of gets at one thing that I've cared about a lot, which is like a school climate measure, which I'm not sure where OSSE stands on that, but that gets at the school safety needs, the discipline, the trust between students and teachers, and a variety of other things. I only have 1 minute, so I'm going to do a couple quick rapid fire questions. But I want to say that first, I appreciate the urgency in which you are making us address the importance of this issue as a city. And that cannot be underscored enough. So, quick question 1, have you contacted or gotten any response from DCPS about expanding curriculum related to climate and the environment?
We did reach out to, I think a representative for the climate, department of DCPS, and she was very helpful in giving us information on, what the situation is right now. I'm not sure how much power she has, but what I learned is basically that the new social studies standards and the 2020 Environmental Literacy Act have very good ideas behind them, but they're just not properly being integrated, and I think there needs to be a lot more work done for professional development, for teachers to be able to learn what to do, and for resources to be given to teachers and general planning out for that.
Thanks. And because I'm out of time, I'm going to have to stop, but thank you.
Thank you. Representative Goulet.
Well, I just want to thank you all for coming back again today. And I got the revised draft, and I would say some of you who did work on that could go into environmental law, because it was better than a lot of the drafts that we see, for introduced bills down at the DC Council. It's really great work that you all did, and it's really exciting things in there. Now, one thing that you mentioned here is as we do the facilities planning, that we get these things in there. I think electrification is a big thing we need to focus on right now, because as we modernize the schools, we should be seeing what we can electrify there. I think HVAC systems would be one thing, anything related to cooking. When we do the redraft on this, and Alistair and I are going to work on this, probably over the holidays. You don't have any plans, do you? Okay, good, great. We also want to focus on our bus fleet for electrification, even though that's not directly connected to the schools. As we replace the buses with our state superintendent's office, which does a lot of the transportation, we should be electrifying all the buses. So I think that's exciting. Have any of you focused on the idea of trying to make sure each of the schools is a zero-waste school? I think that would be, and that may be coming up in later testimony, but is that something that you've looked at all? Because I think that would be something we could do also to make a big difference as part of this.
I don't think any of us, at least on this panel, have looked into that yet, but I think that's a fantastic idea. And
Okay, because it's something we could do. And just, I'm so excited. I always think that clock is faking me out because it goes really fast. the idea of the green jobs. What I think is most exciting about that is if we can get the curriculum in our schools and then get the pathways into our various universities here in the city. Like right now with the federal workforce, still teleworking and a need to bring jobs to the city, if we could create basically a hub here in DC of green jobs for the future, I mean, that's going to revitalize our downtown, which I think is really important. And you'll have cities that specialize in these industries, and it creates a critical mass of interest. And so if we could make that, one of the areas that DC specializes in, and we get young professionals wanting to come here who want to work in, green technology, green industries, I think it would be great for our city's economy. So I love what you're doing. I can't wait to work with you to get this draft done, and just keep up the advocacy. It's so impressive. So thank you so much for coming in again today.
Thank you. Representative Chang.
I agree. Thank you for coming out, and I look forward to apparently working with you over the break. And for the sake of time, also, we'll limit my questions to the students, knowing that we're going to be working together, and really, really excited about it. Mr. Goldstein, I'm curious, in the surveying, what differences between wards you observed?
Just you mean the percentage?
Or other observations?
So there was a lot of similarity across wards, but I think one thing was particularly interesting was looking at what Ward 7 and 8 respondents said about programming in their schools. There are a couple of notes in here. I'm trying to go through and find them, but in particular, I was noting that enrichment programming, co-curricular programming, extracurriculars, access to field trips, access to outdoor space were very high in Ward 8 in particular, and in Ward 7 and 8 generally, in comparison to some of the other wards, so that was notable. With school safety, there actually was not a huge difference across wards. It was mental health, out of school time, safe passage, peer support across all the wards. I mentioned in the survey results that Ward 3 was the only ward where our police officers was above a 6.0 out of 10. In all the other wards, it was lower on the list. That was notable, but otherwise there was a lot of alignment among the safety responses.
And as you've been sharing the results, what feedback have you been getting from others?
On the survey? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think one thing is people appreciate around the school improvement part in particular. That's a conversation that's happening at the council right now, is what do we do about schools that are historically low performing? This might align with schools that are in the bottom 5% with federal designation, or schools that are under enrolled. And I think just looking at the list of things that have come directly from the community about what we can do to support low performing or under enrolled schools, people had a lot of amazing comments. And just to look through I think you asked for, and I provided the Ward 2, every comment from Ward 2. And just looking through each of the comments about how people think schools can be promoted better was really interesting to me, because people had a lot of very creative ideas about how we can do a much better job advertising our school, not just through student ambassadors, but connecting parents and families with each other, ambassadors that are programs that are coming in, CBOs to the schools. Connected schools models was very popular in community schools throughout. And then there was a lot of comments about student, educator, parent, and family voice being amplified.
Thank you.
Vice President O'Leary.
Yes, Mr. Goldstein, I'd like to start with you just quickly about I did spend a lot of time reading the new DC report card. And what did strike me was what you just talked about, the lack of a heart and a soul in the description of the schools. And I think that that's something that has to be done. Somebody has to look at the description on the report card and be able to tell what's going on in that building every day, rather than just figures and things like that. And that's just a public service announcement, all right? And I have two other questions for the rest of the panel. Solar One in New York City, I think that was Ms. Morris. We have a lot of, I have solar panels because I didn't have to pay for them, because the city paid for them. We have a lot of people in the city who probably have solar panels because of that. So there has to be sort of a closet industry. It's not like we have all these big buildings with a lot of industry going on. But have you all, as an organization, found all of the companies in the city that install solar panels and know about solar panels and things like that?
No, we have not. I know that there are a couple of them that do it for residential housing, and I know that DCPS as a whole is working on putting solar panels on our school buildings, but some of our school buildings are unfit for it, and whether or not we have organizations that put solar panels on our buildings for free, we can't do it because it's unsafe.
Okay, well, I would just throw that out as something you might think about.
Sure.
The other thing I want to close with is your testimony on the dirty air that we had over the summertime, because that was a real health hazard. And the fact that the system didn't even respond to it after we've been through COVID and everybody knew how to wear a mask and everything like that, and then we have this red skies and try to figure out what's going on, why are the skies red? And then you go outside and you realize you can't even breathe. I mean, because that should have been school closing time. Yeah. And do you all have any testimony from people that were affected by that air that also had COVID before that? Did y'all do anything with that?
Well, I know that the air quality conditions were especially bad for people with asthma and other respiratory issues. And I think I definitely agree the way DCPS responded was basically the bare minimum of shutting down.
Okay, so I'm almost out of time, so I've just assigned 2 homework assignments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
President Thompson.
Good evening, and thank you all for your testimonies. I'll start with comments so I have a meeting scheduled with somebody. Yeah, okay, that's you. Now, I was not in the working session due to some other scheduling issues with the DME since they have this boundary thing going on. So I am a little late to the conversation with Representative Goulet and Representative Chang, but I think we probably need to coordinate so that anything that you tell to me, you also tell to them, and like we're on the same page. That's kind of important to us as colleagues, so we'll make that happen. So that's my comment. My question, so we'll work through all questions in the meeting. My questions for Mr. Goldstein, one is a clarifying question. With the students, when you say ward, is that ward of residence or is that ward of where they attend school?
It's broken down in there, but it's both. So we asked about both. Mm-hmm. So if you look at the total, we're including both people who live and work in or live or attend school in Ward 7, but then we also have it broken down.
Okay, so like so you're tracking both, because like when I look at the slides,
yeah.
Like there are comments and it'll say like Ward 7 student, but I don't know, or it'll say like Ward.
If it says Ward 7 student, that means that they're in a Ward 7 school.
Ward 7 school.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So that was my first question. My second question, and I appreciate the distinction between feelings of safety in school versus traveling to school. Are you suggesting that both be on the report card, or just the feeling of the self-reported in school be on the report card?
Yeah, we were just talking about in school in terms of the report card. We asked on the survey about both of them.
Okay.
But the interesting thing was that students reported, like again, of the 200 predominantly Ward 7 and 8 students, reported feeling safe in both of those, but it was more the metro that they talked about feeling danger, and then in the community generally, but not necessarily to and from school, although I'll say in the qualitative comments, people talked a lot about they felt safe because they got a ride. People who got a ride with their parents were reporting feeling safe, and
right.
Yeah.
That makes sense to me. I just wanted to be clear, because I don't want, there's a lot of things that schools are responsible for.
Yeah.
That also have ties to community, family,
Yes.
all the things. And so I wanted to be as specific as possible in thinking about the things that they can be most responsible for, like school climate, yes, but like school, yeah, all the things. So I just wanted to clarify. I would say that I'd be curious, because I have not yet looked at this, what students are reporting to you around their sense of safety compares with our Office of the Student Advocate and the surveys they've done, because they also did a double click, and we're finding that when pushed a little bit harder, students actually could, even if they initially said they felt safe, actually didn't feel as safe as they initially claimed.
I think it's right to do that.
Yeah. Thank you.
We would like to thank all of our panel for the set of public witnesses. I'll now call the next set of public witnesses. Yesleen Arahat, Madeline Drakeif, Anika Smith, Laura Fuchs, Delilah Anderson. May Miles. We will start down here at the end and work our way across.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Yeslin Iraeta, and I am a member of the School Without Walls Sunrise Movement. I ask for your help with the Green New Deal for Schools resolution. With your help, the community will be able to look forward to a brighter, better, and greener future. As a student, this resolution would help incredibly towards not only my education and well-being, but other students and teachers in DCPS. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Dahlia Anderson, and I am a member of the School Without Walls Sunrise Hub. As a member and as a student, I am here to ask for your support and pledge for the Green New Deal for schools. I would like you to take this pledge so that our schools can become more energy efficient and overall exemplary clean buildings. This is because I envision a greener future for all of us. Thank you for your time.
Dear members of the school board, my name is Annika Smith, and I'm a lead member of the School Without Walls Sunrise Hub. Today, I would like to address the need for free and healthy meals in our schools. Washington, D.C. stands as a beacon of progress, but we must acknowledge that our school meal programs face significant challenges. Nutrition is fundamental to a student's ability to learn, and many of our students' main source of food is school-provided meals, with over 3/4 of students relying on meals as a steady source. Unfortunately, many students in our district face the stark reality of insufficient access to wholesome and nourishing meals, hampering their immediate well-being and having long-term consequences on their health and educational outcomes. In the last 13 meals, the Healthy and Hunger-Free Kids Act of 2010 was passed, as well as the DC Healthy Schools Act, an amendment. Both acts established a goal to ensure nourished students. Despite this and other measures, students and professionals alike continue to raise concerns about the state of school meals. To emphasize the urgency of addressing this issue, let's look at a positive impact of free and healthy lunch programs in other states. According to the FRC, these include California, Colorado, Maine, Michigan, Minnesota, New Mexico, and Vermont, which have all made a permanent free and healthy lunch policy that includes measures related to the quality of the food. Research indicates that these programs have improved academic performance, reduced absenteeism, and enhanced overall well-being among students, serving as models for what can be achieved. In DC, the existing challenges are multifaceted. Economic disparities already contribute to food insecurity among students, hindering their ability to access nutritious meals. The School Nutrition Association's 2023 School Nutrition Trends report reflects that the main problems for school meal programs are increasing costs, staff shortages, and menu item shortages. To address these challenges, I urge the DCPS School Board to consider the following solutions as part of the Green New Deal for Schools campaign. Implement universal free lunch programs, work to eliminate stigma, prioritize nutritional standards, and emphasize community engagement in education. The demand for free and healthy lunches is not just a call for better nutrition, it is a call for equity, academic success, and overall well-being for the next generation. By incorporating changes in the Green New Deal for Schools campaign, we can create a lasting positive impact on the lives of DCPS students and set a precedent for healthier and more sustainable future. The demand for free and healthy lunches with the Green New Deal for Schools campaign is a much needed call for transformative change in our approach to education, health, and community well-being. I urge the DCPS School Board to consider the profound impact this initiative could have on our students' lives and our district's future. Let us seize this opportunity to create positive change and set an example for the nation in prioritizing the health and well-being of our youth. Thank you for your time.
All right. Good evening. I'm here to talk about special education today on behalf of other educators who frankly are scared to come here and testify because DCPS is incredibly vindictive. The main problem that I'm seeing across the district is that teachers are having class sizes that exceed the limit across the board without the proper staffing and supplies to service them. DCPS is actually getting far worse than it was in the past. Inclusion classes will have well over 70% special education students, making them virtually self-contained classes well beyond national recommendations. Self-contained classes start over the legal limit and then proceed to get higher at schools that are net receiving schools. Early childhood education self-contained classrooms are possibly the biggest offender because they're receiving constant placements throughout the year and often do not have the additional assistance to deal with going over the legal limit. Schools are starting and continuing the year with special education vacancies, not enough aides and behavior techs, and more. This is wrong at almost every level. It creates physically unsafe environments for many of our teachers and students. It means that many students are not receiving FAPE. This year I've noticed that when OSSE is contacted about our concerns in the state complaints, we are repeatedly rejected for minor technicalities on forms that we shouldn't have to fill out against our own schools in order to get our students the services they deserve. DCPS is choosing not to invest properly in the programming we need to service all students with disabilities. DCPS is choosing to send students to schools that do not have the proper programs against their parents' wishes, putting students in danger and overburdening teachers. DCPS is choosing to ignore concerns and continue to underfund our special education programs while putting increasing numbers of meetings, requirements, and any number of policies on them so they can't actually do their jobs of servicing students. One teacher DM'd me just today, and this is like the 20th time I've heard this just this month. I'm a K-2 early learning support ELS self-contained class. It's ridiculous to have 3 grades in any class, but the district has been getting away with this forever. The students in my class are supposed to fit a specific profile. However, in recent years, the profile of the students have drastically changed, and the needs of these kids cannot be met based on what the expectations of classroom programming. I recently requested additional materials and adapted equipment for my students, and I was told there was no funding for that. Yet I'm expected to service these students. I have a 6-year-old nonverbal student who is not potty trained. We have to change this child twice a day. I had to badger my admin for a diaper pail to dispose of the soiled diapers. We received one, but it's basically a trash can. My class smells like a toilet every day. The adaptive equipment necessary for students with his needs are not included in the program. Secondly, I've been begging for time to build into my workday to work on compliance paperwork, but to no avail. I get harassed for not submitting documents on time. We have to go to LEAP, but none of it has anything to do with special education. They're not alone. I receive story after story like this.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is May Miles. I am in my 3rd year of teaching in DCPS. This year I decided to take on substitute teaching because I was really burned out from over-testing my elementary school students for the past 2 years. It's not just the mundane task of testing, it's also the weight of testing on students, teachers, the evaluation scores of these standardized tests. Just because OSSE have to comply with federal guidelines in posting the summative scores, it doesn't mean it should be the most prominent feature we show parents. The categories on a school report card could feature the things parents, students, and educators say are the most important and indicative of a great school. Positive school climate, teacher retention, connection to learning, and specialized programming. The Empower Ed wide-reaching survey showed the commonality of all wards want educator quality, strong programming, and student safety. I ask the board to consider saying no to OSSI if the report card puts standardized test scores as the prominent indicator rather than what teachers, students, and parents have told us they value. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. At this time, we will start the round of member questions. Representative Washington.
Hi, thank you all again for coming to testify. I really appreciated hearing all of your perspectives, especially Ms. Fuchs. Thank you for sharing out about the special education, well, plenty of problems that you've been facing, and for speaking up for other teachers on that matter as well. I only had one question. It was for Ms. Smith. You mentioned in your testimony how you urged the school board to work to eliminate stigma. I was wondering what specific stigma you were referring to and how you think they can best eliminate it, I guess.
Yes, so I think that eliminating stigma would help implement the associations of free and reduced lunch programs. Like, being associated with that would be erased with universal access, because all students would have the same access to healthy and nutritious lunches, and also because they are ideally better quality and more favorable to students. Not just people who this is a necessity for them would go to, it would also be students who enjoy the food. And I think a lot of this can be through like awareness campaigns and really just fostering a culture in schools that like it's acceptable and normalizing stuff like this because of how prominent it is, despite being like a very quiet, told story. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Representative Kelly.
Okay, hello. Thank you all for speaking. My question is, like, what do you feel like the ideal size classrooms should look like the ideal ratio?
Talking about for special education?
Yeah.
So part of the testimony I didn't get to is that DCPS didn't show up yesterday to negotiate with teachers. They just sent a couple lawyers and the Office of Labor or whatever, so, you know, that was great. We've been trying to get DCPS to negotiate on special education class sizes for a decade. They refuse, and the reason I believe they refuse is because they've changed the program titles so they can ignore our contract. So each program has like programmatic needs, and of course then there's the, apparently according to OSSI, recommendations now, that's the word they like to use for us, on the IDEA, like kind of settings for what classrooms should be. They're saying there is no such thing as a class size setting. That's what OSSI's telling us when we try to file state complaints about the size of our special education classrooms, so go figure. They don't want a policy in writing that says it can't be bigger than a set size, so they can make it bigger than a set size. So I guess like the long answer, which I appreciate your question, to say that there are numbers that we have in our contract that was worked out with educators and DCPS. DCPS is ignoring them by renaming the programs and then saying, oh, it's not in the contract, so we can make whatever size we want. And then when we go to OSSI and try to file state complaints, since apparently we now can't file a grievance with our contract, they're basically kicking them all back to us, saying that, well, there's no actual policy, so IDEA hasn't been violated. It's just like a runaround that we've been getting all year that's allowing them to make these gigantic classes that are unsafe and that really just shouldn't be in our classrooms for the kids who need it the most. I have 128 class, it's a inclusion class, and it's like 90% IEPs. That's not an inclusion class. And unfortunately, like, we had a reason that we had a vacancy for most of the year. So I've just been trying to go it solo. I am an experienced teacher. They are seniors. I'm kind of able to do it, but I usually do kind of walk out a lot of days feeling like a failure, that I can't get to every kid to the level that I need to. There's at least 3 that I should be like transcribing things for them. I don't have the tech for them to do it themselves, so I have to do it, but you can't do that for 3 kids at once. It's like, what are 2 kids doing, like, while I'm with one of them? And then what's the rest of the class doing while I'm with one of them trying to talk through an entire assignment? So I mean, like, it's a lot, and it's not working. And I'm the least of the problems compared to what's really going on with self-contained. But thank you.
Thank you. Representative Villaflor.
Thank you all for your testimonies. I have a few questions. My first is for Ms. Smith. You mentioned briefly about like destigmatizing school lunch. I was wondering like if you could speak more on that.
Yeah, so I feel like it's, I think that there definitely is a large stigma around going to get school lunches because of the poor quality, which many students have spoken on. And despite like implementing these efforts in legislation of raising the quality of food, there's still many loopholes that are like, oh, well, you don't really have to meet this quality of it. And so the food that is being turned out is commonly negatively reviewed. People can be made fun of, bullied, for either resorting to school lunch, having to eat school lunch. Like for a lot of students, like I said, 77% of students, over 3/4 of DCPS students rely on these meals. And I think that making it more an acceptable topic will help support positive culture around meals in schools, and also ideally outside of schools in all communities in DC, in homes, and like being more favorable to nutritious food products in general. So thank you.
Thank you. My next question is for Ms. Miles. So because test scores are, like if they're required to be on a report card, if a parent or a student or whoever's using the report card comes across them, what do you think the best way to contextualize them for, what do you think the best way to contextualize them is?
Okay. So I don't really think standardized tests like PARCC and ANET are the best measure of a student's academic growth or to encourage them to invest in learning and their education. So because it has to be listed, like Scott mentioned earlier, it could be on the second page. It could be, this school scored hover percentile on the PARCC test. But the main features should be educator quality. How long have they been a teacher? I myself, I'm a fresh teacher, but I've had 10 years of experience in fashion and television. I can teach geometry, fraction, decimals through fashion, but we can't do that with a strict curriculum, or it's not going to feed into helping students raise their PARCC scores. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Yarkin.
Hello, hi. I have a question for Ms. Fuchs. Obviously, it's like a horrifying story, the story you told about the classroom smelling like a toilet. I just want to know, like, what can be done? Is it just DCPS coming to the table? Is there something that the state board can do? Is there some other policy that you think that needs to be enacted?
Well, I think probably doing like a deeper dive into these ELS classrooms, because they are coming up over and over and over again in like the teachers I'm talking to, and it seems like something changed. Some of what I've heard is that there were programs that were very specialized for very young students, right, early childhood educators, some of them with, a lot of needs. And they're being removed from those programs because they're not their neighborhood school and being told they have to go to their neighborhood school that then doesn't have the program that the kid was in, and that they're then being put in this ELS program, which seems to be a catch-all now. So then they're saying there's lots of different needs all in one space, lots of different ages, but then also just like we gotta convince DCPS to staff it. One ELS teacher I talked to, she also said she had not expected to have to change diapers. That was something she didn't expect that she'd have to do for the older students. And she had to bring like her equipment from home because DCPS didn't have anything for her, including diapers. So I mean, like, teachers are just bringing everything kids need into the schools themselves. So like some type of investigation, I think, is in order at this point because OSSE is not doing anything. We are reporting it to OSSE, filing report after report on behalf of other schools, and they're just kicking them all back to me. So I don't know, like maybe trying to get a panel together. People are pretty scared. Maybe it's kind of behind closed doors committee or something where people can kind of talk more off the record or without their name in school being put out there to the degree. Because a lot of them are alone, right? So the minute the school's name gets out, they're the one. They're all going to kind of come look at them like, so why'd you talk? What'd you talk about? Goodbye, like you're fired kind of thing. So yeah, it's getting dark. I mean, like, and teachers are unsafe and they're doing everything they can, but like they don't want to physically restrain a child, but at the same time, a child might be kicking, screaming, biting, scratching, because they can't give the kid what they need because they're not being given what they need and the training they need to be dealing with such a wide range of needs in one room. And so I think a lot of teachers are feeling like they're being set up to fail very young children. But I appreciate your question.
Thank you.
Representative Patterson.
Thank you. 3 minutes is quick, so I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to get my questions in, but I'll start it this way. Ms. Smith, I really appreciate what you're saying about school quality of food and everything like that. I think a lot of the assumption is that most of our wards are equal as far as even their access outside of school to types of fresh fruits and vegetables and stuff like that. I live in Ward 8, which is a food desert. We have one store, one grocery store. We don't have a Whole Foods or some of the other ones that are in other wards. And a lot of our families don't have access. So I'm just as concerned about what's they're being served in school as opposed to what they have access to outside of school. So I hope that as you guys promote this, that you'll look at programs like Martha's Table that actually go into schools and teach parents how to cook and also provide foods and bring foods on that they have days where they actually visit the schools. So I hope that you guys will look at that. Ms. Fuchs, I just appreciate your constant just advocacy for our teachers as a whole on every single subject. I want to get to the ESSER money is about to end, and ESSER money has been used all over the place to supplement, but it still seems as if special education is getting the short end of the stick. Can you give me your impression of what happens when ESSER money goes away in the next fiscal year? What do you think could possibly happen to a problem that's already bad?
Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly not sure because it just sometimes doesn't feel like it's reaching our schools to the level that it should be. So I'm not.
So you don't even feel the effect really of the ESSER money, of the supplemental money that's there?
We probably are, and it's just not being quite clarified exactly to what extent we are. Because I think a lot of people are kind of bracing, like, all right, these upcoming budgets aren't going to be fantastic. I think it's just like schools keep being forced to kind of make these choices, and especially schools with really high percentage special education. I just think they kind of do what they do to at-risk funds. They use it to supplant. And they've been doing it a long time, so we can't even really tell to what extent because it just is, right? This just is our budget. It doesn't go up or down. It's just been this way. So I do think it's just hard to say because of how opaque the budgets still kind of are and how they do those calculations. But I'm sure it's not great.
And I appreciate that because I know that they're not using probably ESSER money where it can make the most impact. And then we're going to see this drop off of all this federal funds that was supplementing, whether that's FTEs or other programming, and it just falls off. And we're going to also get doubly hit by supposedly the income or the budget of the city as a whole. But I appreciate you. I look forward to following up with you.
Thank you. Representative Henderson.
Thank you all. Ms. Smith, I would urge you to write to your council members and ask them to support the Bill 2535. Universal School Meals Amendment Act of 2023, which aligns with the issues you've raised. Ms. Fuchs, is fear of retribution an issue when it comes to complaints to OSSI as well?
I'd say less so, but I guess the experience at my school is that I file them for our school. I don't know if that's like a time issue or that it is also a combination of like they don't want to deal with potential retribution. OSSI has been good about like asking people pretty confidentially once they start investigating. So like my name goes on the form, but then I'm not the one who's actually dealing directly with OSSI once they start looking into the claims. So that seems to have been pretty good. There was like a couple where it was going to be obvious, so I made sure they understood, like, you're the only one they're going to know, but it was a big enough deal that they're like, no, we're going to go with this complaint. But it does seem like they're pretty good. But that was like last year, they investigated a lot. They weren't kicking everything back to me like they kind of would tell me like, oh, not these, but now they just kick the whole thing back. If even one thing's wrong, they're not going to touch it. They just reject it.
I've had some concern about OSSI's interpretation of its authority to oversight here. Do you have any impression on that, or do you feel like that has changed?
I feel like something changed this year because I'm not an expert, and I'm willing to admit that. It's a place where I'm sure I could learn so much, but you know, I work with special educators, and like we work on our wording. Every time it got kicked back, we'd try again, and we'd like work on the wording. We'd talk to other people who had been successful previous years and to get their wording. And it's just, they're making it harder, in my opinion, than it was in the past to file a complaint.
Sorry, when a class is legally non-compliant, that's a basis for initiating a complaint?
They're saying it's not.
Okay.
They're saying there is no law being violated, and then I can't point to a policy that's being violated.
Okay.
So, all bets are off, apparently, on class size.
All right, thank you. That's all.
Representative Best.
Thank you all for coming out. I have no further questions at the moment.
Representative Reed.
Okay. To the student who testified about lunches, as Representative Henderson was saying, the public comment period for Councilmember Henderson's bill, I believe it's Henderson's, for school lunches is open until December 14th. So whatever you have, feel free to shoot it to her office. You have already?
Well, me and actually multiple other members from Sunrise have already started drafting our testimonies, and I think some of us have submitted ours.
Perfect.
Yes.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Thank you.
Thanks for doing that. Ms. Fuchs, special education. So the Office of Special Education Programs does have a state lead for monitoring, and that's public information. I can give you that information. I mean, it's literally on the website. It might be helpful to flag them as they are doing the bigger monitoring to figure out what's going on with the state complaints. Also, early childhood, there was because IDA does not give those classroom sizes, you're right, that does happen. I know recently there was a release of a Dear Colleague letter to address that exact issue about what becomes a general education classroom, at least for the early childhood. I don't think they got to the higher grades, but it still may be helpful to anyone who's listening. Office Special Education, onto report card. Have you been able to see the new release of Woodson's report card or your school's report card? No? Okay, cool. Or maybe not cool. I know I was sitting at the Award Ed Council's revival meeting of sorts, and a teacher was mentioning seeing the new iteration and being completely floored. So I was just wondering if you had any thoughts about, one, we had this new formula and framework that I know I'm the only person sitting on the board right now who did not vote for it because of the lack of engagement with principals. And surely exactly what was expected to happen now happens. We're stuck with it for a bit until people want to go back and look at it. But I was just curious to think about, how do we balance now with this new formula? And also giving schools, one, a fair chance to tell their story. Also dealing with just realities that go on in our schools. But I'm just curious of like thinking about, now that we have this formula, we know there's possible drastic changes for some schools. How do we then use supplemental information to give a broader scope of what's happening in buildings? So if you ever have any peruse or, thoughts about that, happy to connect. That's it.
Representative Williams.
Yep. Thank you all for your testimony. Students, I'm really impressed by the conviction and the clarity in your remarks. I have nothing new to add based on what's been said, but I would echo what Representative Henderson and Reed have said about contacting and continuing to follow up with individual council members, given that it's a topic that's been talked about with the council, particularly with regards to school lunches. Ms. Fuchs, I know I've asked you different iterations of this question, and the stuff that you've said about special education is incredibly alarming. With regards to the contract, what can reasonable expectations kind of look like moving forward from someone with a WTU perspective?
I mean, it's not sounding great. If yesterday is any indication, it sounds like DCPS is going to use the term managerial rights about literally everything, and apparently they've now extended that to class sizes. Then they don't think we can negotiate a class size at all, that is their managerial right. So I'm going to go with not great. They're going to try to remove all of that from the contract as it exists, let alone change like the program names so that they can stop wheedling out of what already is on paper. Yeah, I'm not quite sure why they're not interested in servicing our students or having anything in writing that would require them to service our students. No, I am sure. It's a money issue. They don't want to spend the money on what they're supposed to spend it on. They want to steal it. I don't know to do what with, because we get it from the federal government to spend on special education students, and yet somehow they're using it to supplement our budgets instead of spending it where it belongs. So I'm not really sure what money pit this DCPS money is going into, but it's not looking good.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that issue to my attention. And then, Ms. Miles, I appreciate what you said about the decreasing the role of standardized test scores on the report card, and what you had said about whether or not this board, approves or denies that request is something that I'm seriously considering. So thanks for being here today. No further questions.
Representative Goulet.
I want to thank you all. Definitely, on the free school lunches, I think we've got a path to getting that done. I'm so excited that there's a bill introduced. I think we can get that in the budget, and just appreciate your leadership on that. Ms. Fuchs, what you say is really alarming in every aspect of it. I think part of it is what you're seeing is the increase in special ed classes, in schools where parents don't maybe have the resources to go pay for a private attorney to then go get an IEP and get the kid out of the school for a private placement. So they're just, it's absolutely disturbing. And, what you say about the contract is disturbing too. We passed a resolution here, calling for Chancellor Farabee to sit down and work in good faith with WTU. Two of my ANCs in Ward 3 have passed that. And it's just disappointing that he's not doing that. I've never seen a situation where you have management unwilling at least to sit down for the first meeting and to talk to the major union in his workforce. It's really bizarre behavior, and I don't know if there's any explanation for it other than they're just trying to push this past the budget. I think that's what the fear of a lot of parents in the ward have, is they're just trying to push it past the budget so they don't have to pay teachers for 2 years now of inflation adjustments, and that's scary because we're going to be losing teachers. If we're not keeping up with inflation, they're going to be leaving. We have a retention problem. So that is just, it's strange and inexcusable what he's doing, and I don't know what else to say about it. The other thing I'm just kind of disappointed about, and I'll let you speak to all this, but is, with the council, like these issues, you bring them to us, we're all working full-time jobs other than this. We need a dedicated education committee on the council right now. It was embarrassing that we finally had a truancy hearing, but it started 2.5 hours late because the chairman was having a scramble meeting with the mayor to try to save the teams. Clearly he can't do both of these jobs. There was no reason to try to put this back under the committee of the whole. And we need a dedicated education committee where we can have some focus on these issues, and you can bring them to the council, and somebody who has the time or the energy to deal with them can deal with them. So I'll give you the last 40 seconds. I just really appreciate you coming in and talking about this, because it is extremely alarming that it's going on.
Yeah, I mean, a dedicated education committee would be great, but we have to end mayoral control. I mean, just straight up. Like, the education committee didn't do this either, right? Go to Grasso was like the biggest waste of time. So, I mean, he barely held any hearings and nothing really of value, and like when he came around, it wasn't genuine. So, I mean, yes, that would be certainly a step in the right direction, but until mayoral control comes to an end, or the DC Council decides to act like a school board, I mean, we're just gonna be sitting here, you know, begging the mayor to do the right thing by kids, and her just choosing not to.
Well, appreciate your advocacy. Thanks for coming out and speaking out on it tonight. I really appreciate it.
Representative Chang.
Thank you. Ms. Miles, I'm curious what you've observed as a substitute that's different, and how that shapes how you're thinking about the report card and any other aspect also about the education system.
Yeah, I think because of the lack of substitutes too, they're almost like bouncing babysitters. So when they go in, they're not effective because kids do not have a relationship with them, and they also don't have anything at stake. They're not being evaluated. The hourly pay is like, you know, same as Trader Joe's basically. So I think a permanent substitute teacher is a great solution for schools because they'll at least know the students. I was very lucky because I did one day at Schools Without Walls, Francis Stevens, and I was able to come back and continue to be more of a permanent sub for them and probably accept a permanent position for the rest of the school year. Thank you.
Ms. Fuchs, continuing the train of thought, would appreciate your distillation of an actionable next step for the board.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. I get like that y'all don't have a whole lot you can do. I mean, I definitely appreciate this opportunity just to get things on the record, right? I mean, it's like we don't have anywhere to go, which is why I try to show up as often as I can. I do think, you know, having some type of like special committee or on special education, looking into like what's going on is probably in order because it is getting noticeably worse. Like it's always been a hard job and one where they basically have two jobs to my one and they have to do it in the same amount of time that I get, which is outrageous on its face. But it just sounds like there have been some programmatic changes that have happened that don't seem to make any sense at all in terms of what's best for children, and that is wreaking havoc, especially in the younger grades. But it's noticeable in the upper grades too. Like it is bigger numbers, and they're just not. I don't think it's just a school choice because it's too widespread to just be. My school's making some bad choices right now, and we're fighting that fight. But it's bigger than that. Seems like.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President O'Leary.
I'd like to take a poll of the students in the room. How many of you eat lunch at school? Raise your hands, please.
You mean like school lunch?
The school lunch. Raise your hands. Are you all able to go off campus to eat?
Yeah, we have.
Okay. So you're not a good audience for that question then. But I really appreciate, Ms. Smith, your testimony. There's no reason why, and that stigmatism or stigmatization or whatever it is of students who have to get free lunch is real, has always been, and there's no reason why the system shouldn't just offer free lunch to every student in the school, and we'll work on that. Ms. Fuchs, I have a couple of questions for you and you may not be able to, has there been any movement in negotiations on the contract? Has DCPS come into the room?
Well, so they had their first meeting yesterday, and from what I'm told, it was 2 lawyers from a labor, whatever that office is, Office of Labor, and they do contracts. So no one from DCPS. So, I mean, there were people there who are going to be, I guess, in charge of negotiating, but they're not educators, they're lawyers, and they're not even DCPS lawyers, they are.
I'm asking that question because we've been listening to testimony, not only here, but at the council for the last 3 or 4 months about the lack of movement by DCPS to even come into the room to talk about the contract, which all of our teachers are now working without one. I just want to bring that up. Thank you so much for everything you said. Do you have any vacancies at Woodson right now?
4,
Okay, how many did you have at the beginning of the year?
7 or 8.
Okay. And Ms. Miles, anybody that knows me knows how, even though I was an AP teacher and that's a standardized test, I've been totally against the PARCC test and any kind of a metric that's going to evaluate a school, because it doesn't evaluate the school, it just evaluates the people giving the test. And I appreciate what you're saying about that. I hope that we can work on putting any kind of a reference to a summative score at some point where you have to really hunt to find it, because it's supposed to be on there someplace. So I want to find a corner where, as someone mentioned earlier about you have to push a button and push it around. I think Scott did, and that'd be fine. That's it. Thank you.
Good evening. A couple clarifying questions. Laura, I heard you say ELP. What is ELP?
Sorry, ELS.
ELS, sorry. What is that?
Yeah, sorry, I wrote it down because I keep forgetting. Early Learning Support Classrooms. I think it's supposed to be a step below autism, but there are clearly students with autism ending up in those spaces, and usually pretty high level.
Okay. I hadn't heard that term before, so I wanted to know what it meant.
It's pretty new, is my understanding.
Okay, that makes sense. Like, what is this? What is this ELS? I know one of the things that's come up in the boundary conversations has been about continuity of programming more broadly, but also for SPED, and I don't quite understand how we're thinking about that between the master facilities plan and the boundary studies, because it seems like in the past, some of these decisions have been mostly capacity decisions, which has been really disruptive as capacity changes for families, and just being able to situate those programs across the district in an equitable way. So that I know that DME is supposed to be following up with us and coming to another presentation with us around that, even though we don't participate in that process. If there are other SPED programming questions we should raise, let us know, because no, we don't oversee that process. No, we're not a local school board. Yes, it is helpful as we are informed to be able to ask pertinent questions. Yeah, so let us know if that's the opportunity that is helpful. I don't have any questions for the students because I have a meeting coming up and it all makes sense. So I will yield the rest of my time to hear from the next set of witnesses. And thank you for being with us this evening.
Thank you all for your testimony. I will now call the next set of public witnesses. Jessica Michaela, Daniel Rivy, Zahar Akil, May Tuggle, Neve O'Connell. Okay, both mics are live, and we'll start down here on the end. Please speak into the mic.
Hi, I'm Jessica, a sophomore at Jackson Reed High School and part of the Jackson Reed Sunrise Hub. Just like numerous other students who took the time today to come down here, we're here to ask for your support of the Green New Deals for School. But individually, I'm here because I remember being little and terrified of tsunamis. We would stay at the beach on an island with only 2 bridges to get back to the mainland. Me and our tiny bungalow couldn't sleep at night out of fear that if there was a tsunami, my family and I would have no escape off the island. I'm here because I remember going to my parents late at night years ago, asking if we were going to be okay, if climate change was going to kill the earth to the point of being uninhabitable. I was so scared. They told me not in your lifetime, but that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't fix anything. It doesn't make anyone feel better. I didn't want to not do anything. So friends and I organized fundraisers to plant trees. We made a store to convince people not to use plastic anymore. But more than that, this friend and I wrote pledges years ago that we wouldn't let our home be destroyed without doing anything about it. I will never ever stop in my determination to help Earth, and I refuse to back down. We wrote, I can't sit by and watch as the world gets worse and worse for future generations without doing everything I can. The same way I'm trying to live up to my pledge, I think it's time for you to make one of your own. I know that you don't have the power to stop natural disasters, and I know you don't have the power to stop climate change as a whole. But individually, everyone has the power to change something. That's why we're asking that you pledge to support passing the Green New Deals for School. It doesn't have to be easy, but it is necessary and it is important. There are so many other people afraid of the future. I think it's time we try to do something about it. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Raviv, and I'm a 10th grade student at Jackson Reed, involved in the Jackson Reed hub of the Sunrise Movement. I'm here tonight to encourage the board to support the Green New Deal for schools. Throughout my whole life, I've always been warned about the looming presence of climate change. I've been exposed to scientific studies on how temperature has risen significantly in the past 100 years. I've experienced smoke from mass wildfires, and I've been told the world as we know it may not be here in 10 years if we don't do anything about climate change. Having been exposed to all this, I would think that the government would be taking stronger measures to avoid a climate disaster. However, throughout the years I've known about this issue, it seems like nothing has changed. The Green New Deal for Schools is a visionary proposal that could greatly reduce our school system's negative impact on climate change. It addresses many aspects of our school system in DC that could be improved. It promotes in-school curriculums on climate change, it ensures healthy lunches for all students, and it promotes career pathways to green jobs. These are all real changes that can make a real difference on how schools address the climate change crisis. This proposal is vital to the ongoing international fight on climate change. For the above reasons, we believe the Green New Deal for schools would be a great implementation for DCPS. Thank you for your time.
Hello, board members. My name is Zara Ackel, and I attend Jackson Reed High School. I'm here tonight to ask you to support the Green New Deal for schools. I'm a proud member of the Jackson Reed crew team and enjoy rowing on the Potomac. I'm sure you know that in the past, the river has been extremely polluted and toxic. Although the management of this pollution has been improving, I don't want the river to revert to its previous highly polluted state. If climate change causes an increase in precipitation in the northeastern U.S., as has been projected by various scientific organizations, it will cause an increase in toxic runoff. All the progress could be lost, and I fear I could no longer enjoy rowing safely on the Potomac. This is why I encourage you to support the Green New Deal for schools so we can create a sustainable and clean place where we can fix problems like pollution in the Potomac and set a good example for the rest of the country. Thank you.
My name is May, and I'm a sophomore at School Without Walls and a member of the school's Green Team. I am testifying tonight in support of the resolution calling for the Green New Deal for schools. This deal is important because it will update school policies in relation to the climate crisis, creating a school environment that is climate friendly. The Green New Deal for schools covers 5 topics, but the topic I will focus on is the second demand, that the students of DCPS deserve a comprehensive curriculum on the climate crisis. Incorporating climate crisis into the DCPS curriculum for K-12 students is more important now than ever. as students in the school and starting school are the generations that will be the most involved and effective in resolving climate change because we are the future of the planet. Growing up, specifically when I was younger and in elementary school, I was fortunate to have resources that educated me on the climate crisis. But when I was in school, there was rarely anything in the curriculum that focused on the effects of global warming and the climate. I am grateful for the resources that I have, but there are others who may not have the same. The best way for students to learn about the climate is to be educated on it during school through a curriculum that includes comprehensive climate education in relation to geographical, historical, social, and cultural studies. By passing the Green New Deal for schools, we can work together to educate the future generations on the future of the planet. Therefore, I urge you to consider passing this deal so we can work together towards climate justice. Thank you for your time.
My name is Neve O'Connell, and I'm a sophomore at School Without Walls and a member of the school's Green Team. I'm here tonight to request your support of the Green New Deal for Schools resolution. My focus is on the implementation of a program that provides students, teachers, and community members the opportunity to maintain community gardens and composting. I went to elementary school at Stoddard Elementary, which is a DC public school. We had an outdoor garden classroom, which we attended multiple times a week, along with a full-time garden teacher. We also had a compost system that we learned about from a very young age, along with the farmers market that taught us about the importance of eating locally sourced food. This was all funded by the parent-teacher organization, not DC public schools. The opportunity to go to an elementary school with a parent-teacher organization that was able and willing to fund this, along with one that educated me so well on gardening and composting, really increased my environmental awareness. It taught me about where food came from, the significance of composting to soil health, and all of the environmental benefits of gardening. Not every school has this. I believe it is fundamental to allow all community members, students, and teachers the opportunity to maintain community gardens and composting, as it increases environmental awareness and allows people to be hands-on in trying to combat climate change in an inexpensive and convenient way. Planting is beneficial because plants absorb carbon dioxide and other pollutants from the air and release clean oxygen. Even though this may seem like a minor process, if more people were able to access gardens and compost, it would educate younger generations on the importance of it, which would lead them to learn about the environment and become more educated on climate change as a whole. This generation is the future, and they deserve to be educated and positively contribute to their community's environment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. At this time, we will begin our round of member questions. Members will have 3 minutes. Representative Washington.
Hi, thank you all for coming out to testify, and I know it's getting late, so I especially appreciate you all coming and still sharing your opinion. I had one question, but kind of for Ms. O'Connell and Ms. Tuggle. You both mentioned comprehensive climate education, and I believe Ms. O'Connell, you talked about like visiting farmers markets and things like that when you were in school. So for both of you and also Ms. Tuggle, I was wondering what specific resources were available to you when you were in school that you particularly liked, or experiences that you enjoyed when you were learning about it, and if you think any of those should be required, or if there is something that you think would be necessary for students to learn about or engage with when they're learning about climate and environment.
I think that a really important resource for me was definitely like my family, because I was able to like learn a lot from them, and also like my family had like a community garden, like Neve was talking about gardening and stuff and composting. So I think that that was like really helpful for me to get to learn more about like the climate and about like issues within that from like the people in my life. And I think that incorporating stuff about like the climate and climate change into, especially for younger students, is what I think is the most important, because I think that building their knowledge about that from when they're young until when they're older is really important, as they can continue to like build on what they're learning about, and then they'll be prepared for the future if they ever want to work towards fixing climate change and stuff like that.
Yeah, I agree with what May said about the importance of incorporating like a good education on like the environment and climate change, because I think it all kind of just builds off of each other. Like if you do get a good education on like climate change, then you'll probably be more interested in going into work or researching stuff that's related to that. And I also think that like having a garden or like something at your school that you can be like directly hands-on with and you can learn about, not just sitting in a classroom, is really helpful because it gives you like a better sense of like the environment around you, and it just makes it seem a lot more like interesting, I feel like. And it just, I don't know, for me personally, it helped me a lot just like learn and like be interested in the environment around me, because I was actually like learning about it in it and not just like learning about it looking at pictures of it.
I think I ran out of time, so thank you.
Representative Kelly.
Thank you for your statement. My only like idea or like question is, have you thought about like working with nonprofit organizations like Casey Trees, or doing like school field trips to like the watershed or something like that? In that case, to get more involvement within your school for climate change and environmental work.
Yeah, I think that especially Casey Trees, when I was in 5th grade, we did a project with them where we planted trees around my school, and I think that that was a really great learning experience for me and my classmates, because we were able to learn about planting trees and just like the effect that trees have on the environment and how they benefit the environment. And I think that that was a great program and a great experience that I think that all students at that age should get to do. And I also think that working with nonprofits when you're older in like middle school and high school is important as well, because you're able to like have a more developed understanding of the issues, and I think that that working with nonprofits is really beneficiary for you.
Yeah, I agree. I think that it's just a very like, it's just very beneficial towards students because it just gives them like a good sense of everything, and like a, just like a, I don't know, like working with them and like being out there and like working with them just gives them a better idea of like what they could possibly do in the future as well. And I think it's just like very good educationally.
Thank you. Representative Villaflor.
Thank you for your testimonies. I only have one question. I noticed that we have students from Jackson Reed. I'm just curious about like what does, within the Sunrise Movement, what does collaboration between schools look like? And how can that be expanded or extended onto like other schools around the city?
I think right now we've just partnered, well, Walls came and reached out to us because we had a club, they had a club. And so they're like, can we make this look district-wide? Can we show that everybody in the district wants the same thing? Because they do. They're just trying to get representation. So I think in the future they'll try and include more schools to also show their support for the Green New Deal.
Thank you.
Representative Yarkin.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't have any questions for you guys. Thank you.
Representative Patterson.
Thank you. I'm gonna follow suit. I appreciate all the testimonies and you guys being here, but I don't have any questions at this time, so I yield back my time.
Representative Henderson.
Excuse me. Really quickly, just following up on Representative Villaflor's question about collaboration. Have you been able to link with charter schools? And like a lot of your resolution is oriented towards DCPS, and I'm wondering if you can include charter schools as well. You don't have to answer that right now. And then another thought is there's a lot of attention right now to chronic absenteeism, and I'm wondering if you've looked into links between absenteeism and air quality, environmental factors. And if anybody has a response, happy to hear it. Otherwise, I'll stop.
I think that we have worked with charter schools, but I think that these questions could be asked to the Walls Sunrise leaders at a later time, unless you have something else.
We're not in the Sunrise.
Thank you. Representative Best.
Hey, so I don't have any additional questions, but I commend you all for what you're doing. Civic leadership is a big part of what keeps our society moving. And so this is a great first step, and that's all. And I just want to say thank you.
Representative Reed.
Happy to connect you all with the students at Anacostia High School. They have been doing, to see if they're interested in participating, they've been doing, their campus has literally a footbridge that connects to Anacostia Park, and they've been doing a lot of work with the Anacostia River, of course, the nature over in the park. They've also been doing a lot of hydroponic work through also a partnership with UDC. So that might be an opportunity for connection, as Representative Leah Flora was mentioning, to other schools, particularly in my neighborhood or, in my ward, to make sure that you all, are diversifying your movement and getting diverse perspectives, because you're pretty much centered in one part of the city if you kind of look at it geographically. So just something, if you want help, just reach out and I can make the connections to see if that's something that they are interested in.
Representative Williams.
Thank you all for your testimony. That was actually one thing that I wanted to piggyback on. So I'm curious because it feels like with the Sunrise movement that it's organized within the organization. Do you have like a template or a way for other schools to kind of sign on right now to the other objectives? I know previously, excuse me, that there were a couple other schools that were supportive of these things. But I'm just wondering how we can like clarify to the city, whether it be the council or to the mayor, the support for what you're trying to get done. So do you know if there's like an like any type of template to organize across different schools?
We don't have all those answers right now, but if you ask our Sunrise leaders, I'm sure they can provide one for you.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, as a government teacher, I understand like the importance of strength in numbers. So, all of y'all being here is sending a loud and clear message. And I think the stories you're telling about how the experiences you've had have impacted you and wanted you to get involved are the stories that other students need access to as well. So that's why I would encourage just continued growth across the city to be able to push, environmental justice in a more comprehensive way. Thank you for being here.
Representative Goulet.
Well, I just appreciate y'all coming. It's great to see Jackson Reed represented here tonight. And one thing I think that it would be helpful to look at, because what we have right now before us, we're seeing the metro budget, which has huge cuts to bus and rail service potentially, and that could impact students at Jackson Reed, who would normally get to school by bus or rail. And I think probably since we draw kids from across the city to Jackson Reed, we could see potential reductions to that and more people driving. So I would be really interested to work with you on that. I think that's an advocacy opportunity to make sure we preserve our public transit system, because that, if Metro shrinks, if we have less busing in the city, we're going to have more cars, and that's going to set us back rather than going forward. I think long-term, working on electrification of those buses is a really exciting concept, and what you're doing right now and trying to get this into the curriculum so people get excited about it and get ready for the jobs of the future is exactly what we should be doing. So I'm excited to work with you. I'm glad our president is going to sit down and meet with the leadership of your organization. Alistair and I will join in that, and we certainly follow her lead on this. We're excited, though, about everything you put on the table with the Green New Deal, and we can't wait to try to get this done. So thanks for coming out tonight and spending your time with us. I have no further questions. Is there anything else you want to say to us, though? No, you got it? Okay, great. Thank you again.
Thank you. Representative Chang.
Similarly excited and no questions. Thank you.
I'm older than your grandparents. And this climate change scares me. I have children, I have grandchildren. My grandchildren are your age. And you need to make sure that everything you have talked about, that you work even harder about it and spread the word, and make sure that when you turn 18 before the elections in 2024 that you vote, because there are a lot of adults that don't think there's a problem. They don't think that there's a climate problem. There's no change. Everything's going different places and they don't think it's happening. So it scares me, not for me, but for my children and my grandchildren, and for you. Because the advocacy that you've shown to us in the last 2 meetings is something that needs to be replicated by adults. And also, we mentioned at our last meeting about you're going to other schools in different neighborhoods and finding out, and so I want to charge you with that again, because we did bring that up last time. That's what I got. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
President Thompson?
No questions. It makes sense. No earth means no anything else. So thank you all for coming to see us again tonight. And I will yield my time so we can hear from more of your peers.
Thank you all for your testimony this evening. I will now call the next set of public witnesses. Eve Rabora, Tilly Freed, Greta Bradley Mill, Max Tatton, Gabriel DeBose, Anna Mayer, we will start here on this end and work our way down. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Eva Bora, and I'm an 11th grader at the School Without Walls, as well as a leader of the school's Green Team. I'm here tonight to ask you to support the Green New Deals for Schools resolution. As you know by now, the deal covers a variety of topics, but I want to focus on opportunities for free, sustainably sourced lunches. DC is a diverse city with each neighborhood holding their own characteristics. While I, living in Ward 6, have access to 3 grocery stores all within a 3-block radius, students in Ward 8 only have access to 1 grocery store throughout the whole ward, making it very difficult for students to have the option to choose sustainable options. As a city that prides itself on diversity and equality, it is vital that we give all students access to healthy meals and the ability to choose to help the environment, a choice they currently lack the opportunity of. The state of the world's environment is overwhelming, but by passing the Green New Deal for schools, we can do our part within schools to start creating systemic change for future generations. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Tilly Freed. I'm a senior at School Without Walls and a leader of our school's Green Team. I'm here to support the Green New Deal for Schools resolution. Last year, Green Team ran an initiative to increase recycling at our school. The contamination in our recycling supply means that all waste produced at our school ends up in the landfill. This has created a vicious cycle where students don't put effort into recycling because they think either way it's going to end up in the same place. I gave a presentation during advisory about the do's and don'ts of recycling and even included an interactive game. I put considerable time and effort into crafting the presentation, and other club members also contributed by making posters that encourage students to use the recycling bins. Nevertheless, I saw little change in the way that students disposed of trash in the building. At the end of the day, it shouldn't be a student's responsibility to educate and enforce recycling in schools. Recycling is a simple and impactful way to ease the burden we put on the environment. I'm advocating for the Green New Deals for schools so I can have confidence that items I recycle in school will end up where they belong. And then also, just to quickly add about the questions in the previous panel, both Eve and I and even May are from Green Team, which is a separate organization at Walls.
And we have been working in partnership with Sunrise to try to help spread to different schools. And for this, we were in communication with people at, was it WIS? Yeah, WIS, Banneker, and Eastern High School. And we had created a Google Doc that we sent out to these schools that had information specifically on the resolution and like templates for testimonies and that kind of thing, and we reached out to them. But unfortunately, none of those people were able to make it today. I think it's a stressful time for seniors and I guess everyone, and it's also kind of a relatively quick turnaround. So I definitely agree that getting more people involved and definitely a more diverse group of people involved is a very important thing, especially because some of these issues may impact our schools a lot less than they impact other schools. So we're definitely working towards that in the future.
Hello. My name is Greta Bradley Meal, and I'm one of Sunrise leaders at Jackson Reed High School. I'm here to ask you for your pledge to support the resolution for the Green New Deal for schools this evening. Just like every other student, I spend every waking moment thinking about my future, where I want to go to college, what career I want to have. Every step of my education has been designed to instill us with this consideration. At Jackson Reed, we have academies, nationwide programs that were created to prepare career-oriented students to pursue their areas of interest as soon as they enter high school. These include subjects like aerospace engineering, biomedical science, finance, and audiovisual production. Although these are great options for students with passions in these specific areas, they leave students like me and students like a lot of the students here with interests more aligned with public policy or sustainable development without pathways to jobs or other meaningful opportunities, causing many of them to eventually lose interest. As such a student, I have fostered these interests through other opportunities that I have sought out and those that have been made available to me. My knowledge of environmental policy has developed through my involvement with Sunrise as well as my speech and debate career. I have cobbled together an understanding of climate science through lessons of biology teachers with the time and commitment to stray outside of their given curriculums. Although I, as an individual, feel that I have received the education I need to contribute to discussions about climate policy and education like this one, I know that this is largely due to the dedication of those around me as well as access to information that is awarded to me as a virtue of my circumstances. To those with less remarkable teachers or without the time and money to pursue opportunities as I have been able to, this knowledge and preparedness is far less accessible. By pledging to support the Green New Deal for schools tonight, you are not only providing students in DC with the basic necessities they need to live, safe buildings, healthy food, and adequate disaster procedures, but also the framework to become educated and participating citizens, one who have the capacity and capability to fight the climate crisis and ensure that we are prepared for it. I urge you to support this resolution, and I thank you again for your time and consideration of all that has been said here. I would also like to add that Jackson Reed, we the Jackson Reed Sunrise Hub, have tried to initiate our own programs to fill some of the gaps that the Green New Deal for schools would cover. Like, we went and visited a couple of local elementary schools to try to do climate education, but like Tilly mentioned, those programs can only have so much success because we as students have limited power and jurisdiction to enact those programs. And by bringing this to the school board and hopefully getting those resolutions passed, we can see this applied on a much wider scale and to students across the district, which is the only way that we can actually fight the climate crisis and make sure that all of our students are educated and provided the resources that they need. Thank you.
Hello, board members. My name is Anna Mayer. I'm a student at School Without Walls and a leader of the School Without Walls hub of the Sunrise Movement. First, I'd like to thank you all for staying so late to listen to all of our thoughts. Your commitment to hearing our voices is incredibly meaningful to us, especially as young people and students. I was here last meeting, and I'm very, very happy to be back. Last month, I was asked what we were going to do to continue our Green New Deal for Schools activism after our initial testimonies. I said that we would return every month until our resolution was passed and we had a plan to implement it. As you can see, we're back with more than double the people we had last time. A lot has changed since we last spoke. At the advice of board members Chang and Goulet, we made sweeping changes to our resolution. We took your advice and have expanded our numbers. We now have testifiers from Jackson Reed, Duke Ellington, supporters from Latin, and students and teachers who are not affiliated with Sunrise. With the help of our hub, we did a deep dive into the state of climate justice in DC. Overall, our findings have been promising. DC is relatively advanced compared to the rest of the country in terms of climate justice, although we still have a ways to go. Luckily, we're on the right track. In addition to tonight's previous and upcoming testimonies, we've sent in several written testimonies from community members who could not make it tonight, including many of our teachers. We hope that you have an opportunity to review them. I would like to thank Representatives Thompson, Chang, Patterson, Goulet, Yarkin, and now Kelly, who signed our pledge on her way out, for pledging to uphold the demands of the Green New Deal for schools at our last meeting. I implore the rest of you, including student representatives, to sign the pledge. I'm curious, for those of you who've not pledged yet, what your reservations are. I would love to discuss those during questions or after the meeting. I apologize for how late we will all have to stay tonight, and I would like to thank all of you for your receptiveness so far. We're on the cusp of an era of change, and I'm confident that DC will be a leader. The Green New Deal for Schools is a great place to start. I thank you so much for your time. And I have a minute left, so I'll talk about what they were talking about. So the Sunrise Movement is a national organization, hubs across the country. We're lucky to already have a couple existing hubs, like Jackson Reed, Latin, and a DC-wide hub. So we have already an existing network, and then through word of mouth and through great people like the leaders of Green Team, we're able to connect to other students. Like, everybody in DC knows each other, as I'm sure you guys know. So we're doing the best we can with the resources we have to contact as many people as possible. Representative Reed, I would love to take you up on your offer on connecting us with people at Anacostia. The wider our circle is, the better for us, the better for you, the better for everybody in DC. So if you have any advice or any comments about that, they would be greatly appreciated.
Good evening, all, and thank you so much for being here tonight and hearing these extensive, wonderful testimonies. I am Gabrielle DeBose, veteran educator, teacher facilitator at Empower Ed, and I'm also the grandmother at the table. When we consistently provide, I'm here tonight to talk about mental health supports for educators. When we consistently provide mental health support to our educators, students, and families, we get in front of trauma. This city needs to see a decrease in youth anxiety and behaviors that too often lead to police presence on school campuses, which leads to more serious trauma. Empower Ed conducted a citywide educator survey and has the data regarding mental health concerns being a top priority to retain teachers. That looks like greater accountability measures, reports Dr. T, a high school psychologist from another state who came to DCPS 3 years ago. She was shocked to see the level of bullying practices done by school administrators who operate out of fear of not meeting mandates rather than leading their staff with professional confidence. Further, Dr. C, a DCPS child psychologist for over a decade, says we need effective wellness and emotionally responsive learning environments, not now more than ever, because people are still emerging out of heightened trauma pandemic realities. We need an emotionally responsive pathway for educators that leads to good mental health. For example, that pathway should give teachers their time back. Dr. C also regrets having to ask teachers to do more because of what they're already giving to our students. Every educator needs time during the day to access school-wide emotionally responsive SEL action steps that can be implemented without fear of retaliation. My colleagues also offer 2 solutions to produce good educator mental health. Number 1, professional boundaries that protect teachers' mental health. By number 2, eliminating the piling on of busy work for teachers in the form of PD information that's not helpful and adds stress to an already stressful job. It's their professional use of time that's missing. They gave this analogy. It's like fighting forces that prevent them from doing their job, but the forces are not from an opposing team, it's from their own team. Expanding mental health support or pathways will benefit whole teacher, which will benefit the whole child and whole family development. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we will begin our round of questions from our state board members. Representative Washington.
Thank you all for coming to testify. I have no questions at this time, but thank you all again, and especially thank you to the students for coming back.
Representative Villaflor.
Hi, thank you all for your testimonies. I just have one question for Ms. Dubose. It's a similar question that was asked before, but what do you think should be done about the stigma of seeking mental health resources for both teachers and students?
Well, as I shared in my testimony, in talking with one of the school psychologists, people are still dealing with pandemic trauma. And so to normalize it means that there should be access for students and teachers to mental health supports. For example, here's one example that I'd like to give, and that's for the LEA to model support to school leaders that promotes growth and not punitive measures. And so when there is room and space for growth opportunities as opposed to punitive measures regarding behavior, et cetera, that's going to point towards mental health supports. Also, if the LEAs would give time to implement well-meaning initiatives for student behavior, giving those initiatives time to be implemented as opposed to jumping to the next initiative, which causes like mental stress and mental backgammon for educators. I'd like to introduce you all to my hat that I normally wear. It is symbolic of a teacher's everyday responsibilities. On this hat, in the background, are the responsibilities we have to our students, to be their nursemaid, to address their SEL success or struggles, to be a surrogate parent, to be the conflict mediator, to teach content, did I mention that? To de-escalate trauma. So that's the student needs in the background. In the foreground, you see teachers. This is what we try to get at. Protecting our time, differentiating curriculum, dealing with our own personal trauma, actually creating small group work that is successful, remembering to breathe, having protected planning time. Oh, jumping into MTSS, which by the way is not working, so now we need to do Panorama, and by the way, we have Aspen, and those three systems don't talk to each other, so teachers figure that out. Let's see, LEAP, training, and then, peer-to-peer learning opportunities way down here at the bottom. So again, this is symbolic of where mental health struggles are for teachers. So the more we talk about supports and what teachers really need in terms of reality, when teachers are mentally well and stable, our students are mentally well and stable. That's the type of learning environment that we create.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Yarkin.
Hi, it's nice to see you guys. My friends from School Without Walls, Tilly. Sorry I didn't give you the book for AP Lit today, but I'll get you that later this week maybe. No, I think over this meeting and the last meeting I've exhausted all my climate-related questions. Unfortunately, I'll have to think of some more for the next one if Ms. Mayer's promise is true. And Mr. Bose, thank you, of course, for your teaching. It's important that we recognize the literal many hats that teachers wear. Mr. Webster, I see in the audience, Algebra 2 teacher, very grateful for him. Mr. Davis, I didn't have him for physics, but also very grateful for you guys, even though I was probably on my phone a little too much in Mr. Webster's class. I'm sorry. I don't have any questions, but thank you very much for the testimony.
Representative Patterson.
Yes. So first, let me thank, is it Ms. Rabora? Rabora. Thank you for highlighting our schools. I mean, our ward, I live in Ward 8, and that we're a food desert. I really appreciate you putting that in your testimony, and then agreeing to work with my colleague who represents our ward on the state board to make sure we're expanding that into the schools that are in our ward, that we really need that support. And then Ms. Myers, who was the first person to sign the petition? I'm curious.
Wait, say that again?
Who was the first person to sign the petition that's to be supportive?
Oh, it was you.
Thank you. I just wanted to make that point. I'm just wanted to go there for a second. Wanted to take that credit first and foremost.
Much appreciated.
I'm competitive about that. Okay, so Mr. Boss, I want to stand up almost because I get to have, if you guys will give me a moment of privilege, this is my son's teacher, actually. We were talking in the hallways about my son and stuff like that, so I immediately text him about some of the things she told me about his conduct. I just want to say I appreciate you as a person that deals with our children on a daily basis, being such a staunch advocate for mental health in our schools, specifically at my son's school, and how you work with him on a regular basis. I do actually have a question for you, as you have shown us your hat and everything and gone through that. As we advocate for all this, support around mental health, are you seeing it at your at the school level? Because it appears by the need of your hat that you're not seeing, I hear mental health almost every day. I work with PAVE and other groups that have made it the #1 priority and stuff like that. But from the way you just presented your hat, it doesn't seem that it's reaching the school level and the teachers and their support. So can you give me just your insights on that?
Okay, so let me read just a tad of my testimony that I didn't have a chance to.
You have my time. Well, 36 seconds.
So as an educator, I experience good mental health when I know that my school leadership sees the work I do in managing the classroom, facilitating student engagement and rigorous learning opportunities, and establishing parent relationships. I actually want to get up every day and lead my students. I'm like a kid in the classroom when they get it, they're learning on their own. The reverse is also true. When teachers work in toxic environments, it wears on the mind, and they will give up. They'll check out and eventually leave, whether the exit is physical or mental. So working with Empower Ed, I have conversations with teachers from around the city, DCPS and DC public charter schools. This is a lot of the trauma that I hear, right? Duke Ellington is a different hybrid type of school where there is a measure of autonomy, where we can work towards creating more holistic environments that actually promote teacher and student mental health. I can talk with you offline about some of the specific measures we do at Duke Ellington, but what happens in my school should not be relegated to just that particular public high school. It should be accessible throughout the city.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate
Representative Henderson.
Mr. Bose, does Ellington have one of those wellness partners like Empower Ed or MedStar Wise?
So Ellington in the past has had a wellness team that was extremely vibrant and going throughout the school. Currently, right now, because of the challenges that Duke Ellington is experiencing with DCPS, et cetera, it sort of takes away from our ability to actually be able to have that type of work fully on board at our school. And so we do what we can through our counselors and school psychologists, and because of the arts program that we have, see, that's a whole other measure that lends itself towards mental health. So when the district cuts down arts accessibility to schools across the area, it is, let me put it this way, as an artist, I'm also an artist, sing, act, teach English, all those things. So arts and academic are integrated here. And so I understand that being able to look at life through the prism of visual arts and dance and theater and music lends itself automatically towards mental health, wellness, and stability. So that type of artistic accessibility needs to be broadened throughout the city. We're not just a linear being. We have the capabilities of looking at life through metaphors and similes, etc., that can be danced out or sung out or acted out, those kinds of things that will promote. When I sat here and listened to testimony tonight, the key thing that I heard was like a misuse of time. Not just with teachers, but also with resources and students' access to resources, those kinds of things. So I wrote down words like transparency and accountability and measures of autonomy, teacher-led PDs, teacher-centered evaluations, LEA, human-centered, same team policies and practices. If we keep doing the same types of technical practices and policies over and over and over again, looking for a change, like an actual closing the achievement gap, we're not going to see that. So it takes looking at education and our students from a different prism. I know data and numbers are important, but at the end of the day, it's the human contact, it's the humanness of what we do as educators that should be modeled by the LEA to the administrative leadership, to the teachers, and then to the students. Holistic learning. Sorry, I digress. I could go on.
Do you happen to know how many schools Empower Ed is working in through the wellness grants?
I believe we have access to 7 schools this year through the wellness grant.
And is that probably your capacity, or
I'm sorry?
Is that your capacity, or could you do more if you had more grant?
Well, with more funding and more folks on board to do the work that we do with Empower Ed, sure, we could reach.
You could do more.
Absolutely.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, they gave me a new phone and it doesn't turn on the same way. Representative Best.
So, there are a lot of people who get paid to lead advocacy efforts that are not as productive as this. I should know because I used to do that. So, like doubling your numbers from one meeting to another is commendable. Putting people on the hot seat, it's commendable. But I hope that, you also continue to take away some of the things that you're learning doing this, and continue to do that when you get older. Or better yet, once you accomplish your goal doing this, you find something else that you all care about and continue to do the same work while you're still this age as well. And so I just want to say, I'm proud of you all. Continue and keep it up.
Will you sign our pledge?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Representative Breed.
Anna. Cool. I'm so glad you asked for the clarifying information. So I know you all said that so I'll say on the mic what I told you last meeting. And that was I liked everything at the beginning. That last clause related to donations. I personally try to stay away from performative gestures. I'm not saying I'm immune to them, but I try to stay away from them. And that last clause, I'm not sure, I have not seen your updated one, so maybe you have tweaked it. Have you?
To the best of my abilities, based on what you said,
okay.
It would be great if you could repeat your advice because
no
I'm not
problem.
sure I completely
Yeah,
understand.
so my hold up was about your acceptance of donations, which I think it's very commendable to have the acceptance of donations. However, I mean, it is election season, so folks will do things like sign your letter, and they could be taking money from big businesses, individuals who, the energy companies, et cetera, and gratefully doing whatever, signing your thing, and then going the opposite and doing exactly, something different. So that's my first one related to why I was not comfortable at the moment to sign it, and I probably won't be comfortable for a bit. Because it's also an accountability measure for me. So I want to make sure that we get you all to the point that you do feel comfortable, you don't have to come back over and over again. And I guarantee you on that meeting, I'll be more happy to sign. And again, the reason a lot of it is because I know individuals will sign things and do the complete opposite, have said the complete opposite about the Sunrise Movement. But I want to make sure that when I sign it, I feel very comfortable with signing it because it ultimately is not just a signature, but there's a commitment to the deeds that are listed there. So that's why, and thank you so much for that clarifying question, because I just wanted to say what I told you there out loud.
Yeah, thank you for saying that. And if you have any more advice or contributions to make, because I'm 16 years old, I'm really new to politics. I don't really know how this works
But
yet.
that's, like Representative Best mentioned, that's why you come to do this.
Yeah.
You don't learn unless you do. And we had this dialogue, so you're teaching me things that I don't know, and I'm learning things from you, opposite. So just wanted to make sure that was why. And also watch out those in-kind donations too.
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you. And looking forward to continue to stay abreast of what's going on with the work and look at the updated resolution. And then whenever we get to that last moment of we have gotten to what your demands are and your requests are, more than happy to give you my signature.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Representative Williams.
Yeah, thank you all for being here tonight. I feel similar to Representative Reed that I just want more time to kind of look things over, but I'm generally in support of everything that the Sunrise Movement is doing, and want to see us move in that direction as a city, and a country and a planet, or a world, yeah. Ms. Du Bois, you had said a lot, and I appreciate your passion. It reminded me when you talk about the misuse of time, how I had gotten involved with Empower Ed about 6 years ago. And the first presentation that we had made at American University, when we were trying to get the city to acknowledge the teacher turnover problem that we still don't have solutions for. And we want time as teachers to be able to do our job, and to be able to do it well. Like, I was able to give, Representative Villaflor feedback on his soapbox speech today, but there's still a couple assignments that he would prefer that I have graded, that I have not been able to do because my planning periods are taken up with crises after crises. And I think it's just all those things that continue to build that create this stress and this burnout and this exhaustion, and playing all of these roles, and just being able to be a caring human being for all the things that students are experiencing in this moment as we're still recovering from the pandemic, that go unacknowledged by our schools and our school districts and DCPS and all these other places, which make people and teachers in particular feel unvalued and disrespected. And so I just wanted to give a long-winded way of saying that I share your passion. I'm in solidarity with you in this fight to be able to create more equitable conditions for teachers in service of students. And I really appreciate you sticking around and showing up to be able to make your point and your voice heard. So thank you.
Representative Goulet.
Well, thank you all. And I lost track of my name list. So the recycling. What was your name, ma'am?
Tilly.
Tilly. Okay. Well, thank you so much for that. I mean, it always makes me shudder when someone throws away like a plastic bottle or something like that. It's just like, not good. So I think that recycling education in the schools is a low-hanging fruit that we can really build into the curriculum. And as I say, like we had a goal for a zero waste DC that we set in a plan, probably about 7 or 8 years ago now. And we can start with schools, like making sure our schools are zero waste, making sure the recycling isn't contaminated, making sure we have actual composting, commercial composting in the cafeterias, because we have now composting, it's like a pilot program where did any of you have the little buckets that you can do? Oh, those are really.
I have compost cab. My family's part of that. Yeah, it's pretty exciting.
Oh, it is exciting. I have my bucket and I get to take it out there, and it's really fun, and if we could do that in the schools too, and just get kids excited about it, and maybe set like a citywide or like a school goal where there's a challenge to see, how you can get to a zero waste school, making sure everything is recycled, making sure, and that would maybe get more people excited about it. But what would you say would be, how do you think we can reach your peers on this recycling issue?
So, kind of the issue at my school is we actually have a lot of the resources necessary. We do have a compost bin in our cafeteria, and we do have recycling bins throughout the school. But kind of as I said in my testimony, there's kind of this mentality that like, oh, our school doesn't recycle. Like they have different bins, but they don't recycle. And we don't recycle because our bins are contaminated. So I think a lot of people at our school, or at least most, I hope, have a somewhat of an understanding of what is and what isn't recycling. And so I think it's more, we need help from administration and also kind of teachers within the classroom reiterating that we have recycling bins at our school for a reason, and we should be using them appropriately instead of discarding them because of, we've had this recycling issue since coming back from COVID. So kind of just reinforcing the idea that we need to be using our recycling bins. And it's so easy. Like I definitely think it's something that is very achievable. So definitely pushing for that in the future. So I actually work for my school's newspaper, and I recently edited an article where they were talking about, they talked to the school custodial staff, and the custodial staff has a clear understanding of what can and can't be recycled, but unfortunately when they go to the bins, they just see that it's contaminated and there's nothing they can do about it. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Representative Chang.
Welcome back, and welcome for the first time. And excited to work together, and thank you for sharing what's going on and with your work currently in the schools and with Empower Ed.
Vice President O'Leary.
So I didn't sign the pledge because y'all did it after I left last time. Is it the only reason y'all are here is because I didn't sign the pledge?
Yeah.
Okay, well, can I come down and sign it right now, or should I?
As soon as you I don't know if we're allowed to go up there. It would feel
No, that's all right.
we're not official enough, but
I'll come
we'll
down
be
after-
waiting right there
after
when you come
before
down.
you leave. And Mr. Bose, I can't say anything, but if I had to say something, I'd say what she said about what you said. It was wonderful.
Thank you so much. I think we're cut from the same cloth, sir. I understand.
President Thompson.
Thank you all for coming back. One of my colleagues said to me, I don't think they're bluffing, and I said, they're not. And so it is absolutely impressive, not just that you came back, but that you brought people with you. And so I absolutely commend that. I didn't have a problem signing the pledge. It made sense. I'm a fair elections candidate, not once but twice. So it is what it is. Thank you all for your time and your energy. I'll see you all in the meeting with, I guess, sounds like 2 of my colleagues so far, and Mr. Bose. I was going to ask you about your hat, but you already explained it oh so eloquently. So thank you all, and I will yield the rest of my time because you all doubled your numbers and we have more testimonies to hear from tonight.
Thank you all for your testimony this evening. We will now call our next set of public witnesses. Charlotte Mendelson. Naima O'Donovan. Anna Yoder. Are any of those individuals here? Okay, I need you to. Lily Gore. Aishan Hoops. Josie McCarthy. Wesley Freed. Dominic Rusasili. Mickey Ryle. Harrison Davis. We're going to start here on the end and work our way down.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Anna Yoder. I'm a sophomore at Jackson Reed High School, and I'm involved in the Jackson Reed hub of the Sunrise Movement. I am here today to add on to my peers and convince you all to support the Green New Deal for DCPS schools. As most people here, I love the outdoors. Being outdoors makes me feel better, healthier, and drastically improves my mental health. This year, I have gone on countless hikes. My favorites include a hike in the Alps and a hike in hiking Old Rag, only a short 2 hours away from here. I have seen some incredible views that I cannot believe exist in real life. These views will be in my mind forever, and I will always remember these hikes for being formative core moments. I grew up in DC. I've gone to Rock Creek Park numerous times with my family and with my school. It gives me a chance to connect with my family, friends, and the outdoors. We all live in DC, and we are proud to have Rock Creek Park in the city. We need to ensure it can continue to provide for a community that means so much to me. Kids growing up in DC should be able to experience Rock Creek Park as the beauty that I was fortunate enough to be able to grow up in. I did these 2 hikes in the summer, but with rising temperatures, I don't know if I could be outside for that long in future years. With wildfires increasing and air quality getting worse, I couldn't have safely spent all this time outside. I want to know that the earth is safe and healthy. I want to be able to experience DC for all of its beauty. I want to be able to do this without fear. What do you want? The climate crisis is terrifying, but I truly believe that if we come together and pass Green New Deals for schools, we can start paving the way for a better future. Educating students will inspire kids to take action and be a part of the change. We need change to battle the climate crisis in DC and in the world. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, board members. My name is Lily Gore, a senior at School Without Walls and a leader of our school's Green Team. I'm here tonight to advocate for your support for the Green New Deal for Schools resolution. My focus is on the implementation of an honest curriculum about the climate crisis in our school system. Last year, I interned for a youth advocacy group, Schools for Climate Action, and had the opportunity to collaborate with student activists nationwide. Together, we drafted a resolution that is currently in the process of being passed in the House. HRES 262, K-12 climate education. High school students like me traveled from as far as California, or in my case, as short as a 20-minute metro ride, to lobby congressional staffers to support the teaching of climate change in schools. Policies supporting climate education in grade school are so important because as the generation that climate change will impact the most, our involvement in the issue is vital. I urge you to recognize the importance of having a system of education in place to teach students about the very crisis we will be tasked with solving. As the demographic with the most to lose to climate change, we are voicing the change that needs to occur in order for our generation to be prepared to handle the looming crisis. Our future is at stake, and passing the Green New Deal for schools will empower us with the education we need to protect it. Climate education is a key climate solution. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Neve O'Donovan, and I'm a member of the School Without Walls Sunrise Hub. Today I'm here to ask you to support our Green New Deal for Schools resolution to make DCPS schools more equitable, safe, and prepared for the future. I ask that you take the time to read the DC-specific resolution put together by DCPS high school students, specifically our hub leader, Anna Mayer, where we have proposed realistic solutions and attainable goals. We truly believe that our resolution is crucial to making DCPS schools and DC communities more actively sustainable. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Wesley Freed, and I'm a junior at School Without Walls. I'm here advocating for the Green New Deal for Schools resolution. I believe this deal will help improve upon the buildings of DCPS and create a more sustainable and modern infrastructure. While DCPS is already making changes to lower their emissions, we still need to make more drastic changes to ensure that the district will become net zero by 2045. These improvements on infrastructure will help us achieve this goal by working with PEPCO to transfer from fossil fuels to entirely sustainable energy sources. Not only does this lower carbon emissions, but it also will lower energy costs. This issue is personal for me. I have asthma, and the cleaner air is easier for me to breathe. Air pollution harms many people like me and others who have more serious cases of respiratory conditions. Lowering carbon emissions will help achieve this goal of cleaner air. By improving infrastructure, we can lower emissions and we can build a cleaner future. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Harrison Davis. I teach physics at School Without Walls. And I'm here tonight to encourage you to support the Green New Deal for schools. So, as we've heard, the Green New Deal for schools aims to enact 5 proposals that are fundamental to supporting and educating our students in the face of a rapidly changing climate. Many of these proposals are really easy to support as a teacher, like making sure all students have equal access to free and healthy school meals, or these new safety plans that take climate disasters into account. I want to speak to you specifically about the proposals for comprehensive climate curriculum and for pathways into sustainable career opportunities, as I believe every student in DC needs these things in order to successfully navigate the world that we're living in now. In just the last few years, the climate in DC and across the globe has changed dramatically. Our students are emerging into a world that is undergoing massive change at an unprecedented pace on a global scale, and it's our responsibility as educators to prepare them for this. We're responsible for equipping our students with the knowledge, skills, and tools they need to engage with society, to adapt to new challenges, and to solve the problems that we face. If we're going to prepare students properly for this, we have to be teaching them about the climate. We need to educate them about the science, historical trends, and sociocultural impacts, and enable them through doing this to learn more, to build new policies, to advocate for changes, to invent new technologies, and to prepare them to work in sustainable areas, and to do something about this crisis. But what we're doing right now is not enough. The extent of climate education offered at my school and many schools in DCPS is just environmental science. At my school, these classes are taken only in students' senior year, not throughout their 4 years of high school, and only taken by a fraction of that senior class. We're neglecting to properly prepare all of our students to face this crisis by not providing a broader curriculum on climate and by not exposing them to opportunities and programs that might help them work in sustainable job fields. This is not only a disservice to our students, but also to ourselves, since we deprive ourselves of future minds who want to work to solve these issues. I believe that every student in DC deserves access to a broader curriculum that serves their needs and equips them to be able to navigate an increasingly warming world. As a teacher, I strongly support the Green New Deal for schools and urge you to consider adopting this proposal for DCPS so that we can support our students and take steps towards solving the climate crisis. Thanks for your time.
Thank you all for your testimonies. We will now go to a round of member questions. Representative Villaflor.
Thank you all for your testimonies. I really appreciate like the personal stories, and like sharing your experience with the issue, and that you have teachers showing up to also advocate for your issue. Proves that you're very passionate about it and it's very important to you. And yeah, I don't have any questions, but thank you.
Thank you. Representative Yarkin.
Hello, nice to see you guys. Nice to see you, all my good friends. I did think of a climate question actually, contrary to my previous statement. This is kind of just like, I guess it's like a logistical question, but in my AP Environmental Science class, I don't know if you're taking it, Lily, but Mr. Roman, he works to integrate climate jobs and that type of information into the classes. Under a Green New Deal, would you be like requiring an environmental science class? Would you be integrating that information into other classes? Would it be like maybe like an advisory presentation or something? What would that look like?
So it would definitely look like more than an advisory presentation, but I guess I would urge you to check our like DC specific resolution, because that shows like what programs we could use to like further climate curriculum, and yeah.
No, that's all. Thank you.
Representative Patterson.
Yes. Again, thank you guys for just coming out here and being such the advocates that you guys are. Like Representative Best has said, you guys are amazing at organizing. I'm looking forward to seeing how many return next time. Since you guys doubled your numbers, I'm a little scared. But outside of being a state board representative, I have another job at one of the schools here in the District of Columbia. So I look forward to, I won't mention it because I'm actually here for the state board right now, but I look forward to making sure that those schools and the schools that I work with partner better with you guys, because I think, you know, we have one side of the house, so to speak, but just to really have that collaboration across some of the other charter schools, and would love to work with you guys to make that connection, to make sure that it's not a performative thing, but actually we're putting our mouths, our actions where our mouths are and our signatures are, okay? So I look forward to working with you.
Thank you. Representative Henderson.
Thank you all. No questions.
Representative Best.
Thank you all. No questions.
Representative Reed.
Thanks for coming out. No questions.
Representative Williams.
Yeah, I echo that. I really appreciate the activism and advocacy, but I have no questions right now.
Representative Goulet.
Just want to thank you all for coming out. If you, as Representative Patterson said, you know, we've got to get this resolution passed in January, because if you keep doubling, we only have one more session where you'll fit in these chairs. You know, after that, if we get to February, you're going to be standing room only in here. So we gotta we got to get this done in January, I think, otherwise you've exceeded capacity here. So thanks for coming out. In all seriousness, amazing advocacy. And interest in the hiking. Check out the space between the Capitol Crescent Trail and the Potomac River. It's amazing. You'll be very impressed with it. Any fans of hiking should love that. So it's one of Ward 3's gems, hidden gems. So check that out. And thank you all for coming out and just being such great advocates for the environment. Have a great evening here, and I'll turn the rest of my time over.
Representative Chang.
Thank you all for coming out, especially to the seniors. I know how crazy it is right now, and we've just had a long conversation about educator well-being and teacher retention. So also thank you to the educators who have come out and stayed this late.
Vice President O'Leary.
You said that your course, is it an elective course? Or it's not a required course?
It's required in that they must take a 4th year of science. It's not required specifically.
So is there anything you can do about making it less than a fraction of the senior class to take the course?
I think it's difficult to get more than a fraction into it. As Mr. Yarkin said, they have AP Environmental Science, and many students are interested in taking that. There are other AP Science courses that students interested in those tracks take.
AP Environmental Science is a course, though.
It is, yes.
Yeah. Are all the seniors in that course?
No, only some fraction of them are. The others are in other AP Science courses.
And for everyone else, the only way that a revolution happens is to keep working at it.
President Thompson.
Thank you all for coming. I actually had a similar question to Representative Yarkin about what you would want to see as far as change, because the state board actually does deal with what students learn. That is the thing we most specifically have some authority around. And so getting clearer on that is super helpful for us, because the other things we can encourage others to do, but I'm team do your job. And so I think it's really, it would be responsible of us to understand what we actually can do. So looking forward to following up on that. No further questions, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you all for your testimony this evening. I will now call our next round of public witnesses. Gabriel Webster. Rhea Stock-Hurd. Sophia Bowie. Nina Bizopi. Electra Hurdwood. LaJoy Johnson Law. Andrea Jones. Reb Spring. Oh, so there's no Reb. Oh, she's coming. We'll start with you, sir, then work our way down.
All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Gabe Webster. I'm a math teacher at School Without Walls High School. I'm here because I think we do a lot of great things in DCPS and at School Without Walls specifically, but we aren't doing enough to prepare for the alarming march of climate change. I support the adoption of the Green New Deal resolution. The climate change's impacts and disruptions will grow over our lifetime and will continue to define the lives of the students assembled here and forthcoming generations. The challenges are clear and we need solutions. That's why I'm here to ask you to support the Green New Deal for Schools resolution. Improving nutrition for students, curriculum and workforce training, resilient and modern buildings, and climate disaster plans. To me, these 5 demands signal investment in the incredible students in this district and a belief that they can fix the problems that past generations have caused for them. So I teach and coach these students every day. I'm really proud of them for standing up for this world, and I'm absolutely confident that investment in them is an investment in a better future for this planet. Every day I have a front row seat to their brilliance, perseverance, and dedication to making the city and world better. What you've seen tonight and last week is just a small window into their potential. Give them the tools and we can get out of the way. Good things will happen. I teach because I value this generation, and I want to do everything I can to equip them with skills to lead us as soon as possible. I support the Green New Deal for Schools resolution because I know that within the 50,000 students in DCPS, we have future local politicians, national politicians, members of the sustainable workforce, scientists, business leaders, and teachers. They're going to be in charge in not too long, so let's give them the tools to lead with science, skill, and the backing of our community. We need to update our curriculum to improve environmental literacy. DC Public Schools is a powerful institution because we're in the nation's capital educating our best and brightest. It's time to listen to our students and help them to improve our world. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rhea Stockard, and I'm a member of the School Without Walls Sunrise Hub. I've done a lot of research on free and healthy meals, and I can say that it's definitely achievable. Places all across the country have done it, and I have a lot of links to websites and other sources if that's wanted. And the rest of the demands are just about as achievable. They've already been talked about in different ways in meetings like this. And like things like infrastructure with the rebuilding of schools can be easily integrated, and free and healthy school lunches are something that's already being talked about. And so I think just adding the like fresh and like locally sourced aspect to that and healthy aspect to that is something that's very easy. And climate curriculum, just rewriting curriculum is something that needs to be done anyway. And so I think that would be another easy thing to integrate. And if the hang up for any of you about signing a pledge is how achievable it is, it's very achievable. And any further concerns, I'm sure, could be soothed in conversations with our club leaders. And it's so important to make schools feel better, to make students feel better in their schools. And sometimes even I don't feel safe completely in my school because I suffer with asthma. And so sometimes at school I feel like I can't breathe because of the smog in the air. I feel like I can't play sports. But I just imagine how much harder that would be for kids who have less than me, who have more of a disadvantage than me. And so if they have to deal with asthma and they're not nourished properly with free and healthy lunches and their schools aren't safe or they're cold or they're too hot, it would just make an overall bad experience for everyone in schools. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sophia Bowie. I'm a junior at School Without Walls High School and a member of our Sunrise Hub. I'm here to ask you to support the Green New Deal for schools. When the school system begins to fail us, like providing inadequate food, clean energy, and education, we start to lose hope. This generation, more than ever thanks to social media, is aware of the challenges we face. If we can't believe in our lawmakers and government officials, why should we believe in our future? I'm a skier, a rower, and a biker. I love the outdoors, and I have spent countless hours enjoying nature in Rock Creek Park and beyond. Over the years, I've noticed our environment start to fade. What was once lush green is now muted gray. Where there used to be mounds of snow, there is only muddied inches. My peers don't always recognize the impact of these changes, but I know these changes signal major issues in our world structure. And as members of the generation who will be most affected, my peers deserve to know the truth too. That's where you come in. We need to work to incorporate a climate-based curriculum in grades K through 12. We need to know what we're getting into. Our education is the start of our future. Our education sets a precedent for the rest of our lives. A Green New Deal in schools becomes a Green New Deal in so many other areas. With your support, we can ensure that our generation has a bright future, rather than one filled with uncertainty and fear. This bill is an investment not only in providing new jobs and healthy resources, but in providing for the future. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Electra Herwood, and I'm a member of the Sunrise Hub at School Without Walls. I'm here to support and to encourage you to support the Green New Deal for schools. As a teenager whose future will surely be impacted by climate change, I think it imperative that I and other children have an adequate climate curriculum. If we are ignorant of the effects of climate change, how are we ever going to fix them? Please understand that the Green New Deal is a crucial and attainable step to secure our future. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Reb Spring. I'm a senior at Duke Ellington School of the Arts and a climate justice activist in DC. And I'd like to speak about the need for school electrification and bus electrification, because right now it's all running on methane gas, which is a huge problem. Recently, I went into one of my classes and I could smell the methane gas from a recent leak that had happened, and our class had to evacuate. And that is not something that we should continue to have to deal with. Gas pipes always leak. That's just the reality. And we've been reliant on them for too long. They're bad for our health. Gas causes asthma. It causes cancer. And when there's huge gas leaks, that can happen. They could even get set on fire, which could cause major explosions. We've even seen that locally. There was an explosion in Silver Spring in recent years that exploded a house. So there's a lot of things wrong with continued use of methane gas. So that's why I'm calling for our schools to electrify. We need electrification of our heating systems, of our HVAC systems, so that we're not having to deal with these leaky pipes that happen and the health effects that it causes. And also in terms of outdoor air pollution caused by the fumes of buses, that I really hope that we can implement electrification of our buses so we can have cleaner air to breathe. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we will call for our last round of member questions for the evening. Representative Villaflor.
Thank you all for your testimonies. I have no questions.
Representative Yarkin.
Thank you very much. No questions.
Representative Patterson.
Thank you again for being here. I have no questions.
Representative Henderson.
Thank you all. No questions.
Representative Best.
No questions, but as you all continue to think through your various approaches, I love that you are here, but also try to find where other areas of our pockets of power lie and how you can also connect with them as well. No further questions.
Representative Reed.
Point on electrification of buses is well taken, and thank you all for testifying.
Representative Williams.
Yeah, thank you all for being here tonight. I think I agree with all the points that you're making, and it's compelling and urgent, and and I think we as a city need to do more to recognize that. So I would just echo what Representative Best said, where I think if we can transfer some of the things and policies in the specific areas that you're talking about into legislation, then we can advance these goals more rapidly in our city. So thank you for being the voice for change that we need.
Representative Goulet.
Thank you all for coming out. No questions. I think it was Ms. Spring on the electrification. I mean, that is music to my ears. I want to see all of our buses electrified. And I think we really need to, as a city, look at how we underground the power lines in a way where we then build the electrical grid to support electric vehicles. Because we've got to start as a city with building this capacity. It's not going to come just from people plugging cars in across sidewalks and everything like that, which actually presents a number of accessibility issues. We've got to actually put the infrastructure in as a city to get this done. And I would like to give you my card afterwards. I promised that to the Sunrise folks I would get them in touch with a gentleman that I worked with on one of my campaigns, Cliff Majerzik, who is an expert in electrification, and I'm sure he would love to talk to you about this too. So let me get your info, I'll give you mine, and I want to make sure you're included in that meeting, because a lot of what he talks about with electrification is really what we need to get done with going school by school through the modernizations, is how do we electrify schools as we modernize them. So thanks for bringing it up. It is absolutely what we need to do, and I appreciate all of you for coming out tonight.
Thank you. Representative Chang.
Thank you all for coming out tonight. I've just received word that our former student representative, Lieve Bernstadt, is watching, and you've intrigued her. I think it would be really actually powerful to engage her in the work as well, because she knows how to move things through this system. Mr. Webster, I'm curious actually, and to the two teachers who came out tonight. First, again, thank you. How you learned about this from the students, and then also how you've been how you learned about this from the students first.
Yeah, I got an email from the Sunrise Hub leaders. I think they sent them to several teachers, and I've taught both of them and a lot of people here. And I didn't respond at first, and then they caught me in the hallway and were like, "Are you coming?" And I was like, "I don't know. I'm working all day." I was actually working until 7 because we had an open house at this school tonight too. And I was like, "I don't know. I'm working, and like I don't want to bike like out of my way." And then as I was talking, I realized that was not an acceptable excuse to skip this. So so that's why I'm here, and a lot of it's just because I've seen how busy these students are. There's like, they don't sleep a lot, they work really hard, they got tons of homework, and the fact that they're here and care so much about putting this work and are iterating their ideas each week is really inspiring, and I want to support that. And the fact that they're making time for this meant that it felt like I should make time for it too.
Yep. Thank you for what you do, and it raises a question for me too about how you've seen the administration respond to them.
I think there's a lot of people who are pretty busy and like somewhat. I mean, so I actually don't know. I haven't specifically been in any conversations around that, but I just think that shoot, I lost my train of thought when I was beeping. I don't know. There's just like a lot of things that there are a lot of priorities, and this is not one of the priorities right now.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Vice President O'Leary.
Spring, that scares me that your building is run by methane. I've never, do people know? I mean, methane is like number 1 on the list of bad gases in the whole world. Why would a building be run on methane?
Well, it's often called natural gas, which has been the whole scheme of the gas companies. But it's actually like mostly, natural gas is mostly composed of methane gas, which is yeah, it is very scary, but it's.
Well, I think that, I hope that, I know there are millions of people watching right now, so it'll probably be in the newspaper tomorrow morning or something, but thank you for bringing that up. That's something that I will look into, as a matter of fact. Thank you all so much. This was very valuable.
President Thompson.
Thank you for rounding us out as the final public witness panel. I think it's been said before, but it is almost 10 o'clock and I'm getting sleepy. We are starting to electrify at least the OSSI fleet of buses. I attended an event on Earth Day with the Greater Washington Regional Clean Cities Coalition, because we actually do have a grant to purchase more electric buses. It's not all the buses, but it is a start. And so I think one of the pushes that is helpful and makes sense is making sure that we continue to tap into, especially the federal resources around this, so that we can pay for all the things we would like to do. Yeah, but I cite that because it's an opportunity. It's in progress. And you all have done a pretty good job of holding us accountable so far. So I'm assuming someone's taking notes on all the different threads to pull. I will yield the rest of my time outside of saying thank you, which should conclude our public witness testimony for this evening.
Thank you all for coming out to give public testimony at the DC State Board of Education. Madam President, that concludes our public witnesses for this evening.
Okay. I do absolutely want to thank all of our public witnesses for their time and comments tonight. We do sincerely appreciate it. Members, thank you for hanging in there. We have 3 state resolutions and 1 ceremonial resolution to vote on. So first, I'm going to look for a motion and a second on each resolution, followed by Director Butler reading the state resolutions into the record. Once the resolution is read into the record, we will have member discussion. This says in 3-minute rounds, but let's hope that we go home before midnight. Before we get to roll call votes, we will first move to vote on State Resolution SR 23-14, supporting universal out-of-school time programming. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, then. So it sounds like it's been moved and seconded before I could even ask for the second. Director Butler.
Madam Chair, may I move a motion to waive the reading of the resolution so we can proceed?
Second.
I mean, you could.
can
I
just
don't
get
know
this-
if you can do it in the middle of the.
Once it's seconded, we could move the motion to waive the reading of the resolution, and then we can just get to the vote.
I'm not opposed to that.
All right.
I think I'm looking for the
If
parliamentarian
you
for
accept my
approval.
resolution as, if my motion is friendly and no one objects to that, we could move on.
Yeah, I think I'm just looking at the parliamentarian for approval, not debate.
Yes.
Yes, once a motion has been mentioned, I guess the thing is you have to vote on the motion that is before you can introduce a new motion. So you've already voted, and you've already motioned and then seconded by Representative Patterson.
Okay.
Well, that was to
You ready?
consider the resolution, but not to read it. So now once the resolution is on the table, I would then move to waive the reading of the resolution, which
That
then
is
would be in
next.
order at that time, because the resolution is then on the table. It was moved, seconded, then I moved the motion to waive the reading, and then if she accepts it as friendly and no one objects, we can just get to the vote.
That is true.
Are y'all done?
I just wanted to-
Y'all good? Okay.
Great.
Y'all good?
This is going to take as
So
long
the
as
first
reading
thing
it,
is that-
but
Is there a discussion on the resolution before it is read? That was the first thing that's up, and if there's not, then you can offer a second. You can offer a motion to not read it. The motion that you made, I'm sorry, I don't have the right
Okay.
language. The motion to not read the stated
So
resolution.
is there any discussion
'Cause
on
that
the
was what the motion's
resolution?
for. Is there any discussion on this?
Yes.
So are you asking to abdicate discussion also? and
No,
go-
I'm just-
And to not read it?
I was just motioning to waive. If people want to discuss it, I think we should just get to the vote.
All right. Is there any discussion on the resolution?
No, ma'am.
All right.
Just a thank you to Representative Bowie.
I think that is also important. So thank you, Representative Shank. I do think that is important. I think the resolution is important.
All right, well, thank
Appreciate all the work that went into it, even the additions around making sure it's inclusive and the new legislation that is on the table. So thank you for that. Now, if we are closing discussion, you had a amendment, Mr. Goulet, or motion, Mr. Goulet?
Yeah, just to-
Representative Goulet?
I think we move a motion to waive the reading of the resolution so we can vote.
All right.
It's up to you to accept that.
I'm happy
Yeah.
to accept it.
Can I ask a clarifying question? So then will that apply to all of our state resolutions today or just the first one?
No, I was going to do it for all three, but.
Okay.
Unless you want it. Yeah.
Got it.
That was just for
Yeah, that one's for this
SR
one, but we,
23-14.
But I will move it for the other ones if we need to.
before this happens.
Yes, I'm happy to accept it. I will note that if we do this every time, we might as well just read the resolution.
Because we've taken that much time.
Correct.
Go right ahead.
Okay.
But then they have to vote.
Now, I'm going to call for the vote. All in favor of approving,
No, you have to vote on the
sorry.
resolution first.
Oh, so all in favor of waiving the reading of the resolution, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, any opposed? Okay, sounds like the motion carries. Now, all in favor of adopting, excuse me, we still have to do the roll call vote on the adoption of 23-14, and Director Butler will call the roll.
Representative Yarkin,
Aye.
Representative Williams,
Aye.
Representative Chang,
Aye.
Representative Goulet,
Aye.
Representative Henderson,
Aye.
Representative Best,
Aye.
Representative Reed, Representative Patterson,
Aye.
Vice President O'Leary,
Aye.
Representative President Thompson.
Aye.
SR 23-14, read the title. Supporting the universal out-of-school time programming has passed.
Okay, thank you. We will now move on to State Resolution SR 23-15, appointing student representatives to ad hoc committees. Is there a motion? I'm happy to move it myself. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. A motion has been made, and thank you, Vice President O'Leary, for the second. Director Butler,
Madam Chair, may I move a motion to waive the reading of the resolution?
I will accept it.
All right, great.
So all in favor of the waiving of the reading, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, any opposed? Sounds like the motion carries. Director Butler, first, is there a SAC statement?
On SR 23-14, supporting universal out-of-school time programming, the DC State Board Student Advisory Committee rises in unanimous support of its approval and passage. We strongly support Representative Goulet's interest in expanding students' access to safe and quality extracurricular activities across the district.
All right, so I'm looking for two SAC statements because that was the one for the 14. And so is there one for 15 on your committees? No?
There's
not,
not,
it's okay.
there's not a statement on that, but
No
I'm sure
worries.
that all the people who are appointed to committees are very excited to take part.
I trust that to be true. All right, is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the motion is to adopt SR 23-15, and Director Butler will call the roll.
Representative Yarkin,
Aye.
Representative Williams,
Aye.
Representative Chang,
Aye.
Representative Goulet,
Aye.
Representative Henderson,
Aye.
Representative Best,
Aye.
Representative Reed,
Aye.
Representative Patterson,
Aye.
Vice President O'Leary,
Aye.
President Thompson.
Aye.
SR 23-15, appointing student representatives to ad hoc committees has passed.
Okay. What do I have next? SR 23-16. This is extending the bylaws and standard operating procedures working group. I'm looking for a motion on that. Thank you. Is there a second? Second from Representative Henderson. Representative Patterson, thank you for moving the motion. Representative Henderson, thank you for seconding the motion. The motion has been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
President Thompson, may I
Wait,
move
wait, wait. Is there any discussion? All right, none.
Raised for hand
Representative
for
Goulet.
discussion. May I move to waive the reading of the resolution?
You may, and I will accept. Is there a student advisory statement?
No.
Okay. All right. Seeing no further discussion, I'm going to go ahead and call for the vote. This is on the motion to adopt. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to call for the vote on the waiving. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right. Any opposed? Okay. Sounds like it carries. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is now to adopt SR 23-16. And now Director Butler will call the roll.
Representative Yarkin,
Aye.
Representative Williams,
Aye.
Representative Chang,
Aye.
Representative Goulet,
Aye.
Representative Henderson,
Aye.
Representative Best,
Aye.
Representative Reed,
Aye.
Representative Patterson,
Aye.
Vice President O'Leary,
Aye.
President Thompson.
Aye. All right.
SR 23-16, extending the bylaws and standard operating procedures working group has passed.
Thank you. We will now move on to our final vote for the evening. It is a ceremonial resolution, CR 23-15, recognizing Kelly Marinchuk as a Milliken Educator Award winner. Is there a motion?
So moved.
All right. I need for the record who moved and who seconded. Okay, rock, paper, scissors quickly. Okay, so Vice President O'Leary moved it, Representative Chang seconded. Is there any discussion on this resolution? Okay, I think we definitely want to congratulate our Milliken Award winner, and we will look forward to getting the motion to her in person. If there is no further discussion, the motion is to adopt CR 23-15. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Perfect. The ayes have it, and the motion carries. Members, are there any announcements or comments you want to make before we adjourn? You have a comment? Okay, yes.
Please note that the 2024 State Board calendar is in your notebooks. They've also already been sent to your Outlook calendars. They have our entire meeting schedule. It's already been voted on for 2024. This is our last meeting for 2023.
It's in this notebook?
Yes.
All right. Seeing no further movement toward a microphone and only away from the dais, I'm going to thank the members, the participants this evening, and our viewing public for their time and engagement tonight. As a reminder, the State Board will continue to hold in-person meetings. We will convene next year, January 3rd, at our working session, and January 17th at our public meeting. On behalf of the State Board, we wish you a happy, healthy, and safe holiday season. With no further business before the board, I would welcome a motion to adjourn. Thank you, Representative Chang. Is there a second? All right. All of those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed can stay here by themselves. This public meeting of the DC State Board of Education is adjourned at 10:10 p.m. Thank you all.
10:10.